Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome to the channel. This is Simon at Wandering DM. Today we're playing Aliens RPG with GM Ivan Van Norman. It is the second part of our adventure that we began last week. But before we delve into the game and we start going crazy and all that, let's just talk about real quick of our sponsors. We have multiple sponsors here on the channel. The first one being Mage Press, the makers of fine D&D supplements such as Dark Matter that we play every Tuesday here at 8 p.m. D&D in Space. If you like fantasy and your sci-fi, check them out. Go on store.mageandpress.com and you can use code WanderingDM to get 15% off all of your purchases. And that includes the hardcover Dark Matter book that came out recently, but also any 5th edition D&D supplement that that they've also released over the years. Our second sponsor today is Found Familiar, the coffee company. If you enjoy coffee like I do and drink copious amount of it, you might want to check out Found Familiar at foundfamiliar.com. If you use code WanderingDM, you get 10% off, and you also have free shipping for orders over $50 if you live in the United States. I am currently drinking the extra caffeinated... Shit, I forgot the word. I forgot the name. I am bad at this. It's a breakfast blend with extra caffeine because I need to stay awake. I think it's called Fanatical Focus, if I remember right. All of their coffee is D&D or at least TTRPG inspired, and they taste great. Our last sponsor is Dice Envy. You can check them out below if you like your shiny math click-clacks. You can buy dice sets over at Dice Envy. You can just click on the... I don't have a link for it. Just click on the link in the panel, and it'll bring you straight to the website. So without further ado, let's introduce the cast for today. Tell us who you are, who you'll be playing, and then we will begin in earnest. So let's start with the person to my right on the overlay. Is that my right? Yeah, that's my right on the overlay. Alex.
Hello, because on my side, I'm on your left. I don't know.
It's a mirror, Simon.
Yeah.
The camera is a mirror, which
Well,
makes the left side into the right side.
Oh, no, I know, but on Zoom, he's on my left. But for people watching at home, the overlay is reversed, so he's on my right. And you're above me, and Scott is to my left. I like to fuck around with cameras. But anyway, Alex, who are you?
Hi, I'm Alex, also known as Gambit. I enjoy a good game of Dark Matter on Tuesdays with Simon, where we're currently not trying to overthrow a whole government and place my character on it. Nothing big. And I do play in Curse of Strahd every other weekend. So far, Strahd is very appealing. And I can't wait to get scared today. So let's see how that goes.
And can you tell us who you'll be playing today?
I will be playing the company man, Wilson. It'll be fun. Go Wayland Corp.
And to my other side on the overlay, someone who's probably not at the beck and call of Wayland Utani. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
so.
You did it
Yes.
right. Wayland Utani.
Wayland Utani. Cool. Well, the other player today is Scott.
Hello, everyone. It's Scott at Berserker_Rage on the Twitch and the Twitter, so you know where to find me. You can find me here on Saturdays with our wonderful, wonderful cast that plays Vampire the Masquerade, doing our thing in New York. I will be playing today the Roughneck Liren Chan. I believe he goes by Cham, I think it is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Everyone goes by the last name. It's cooler that way.
So yeah,
so we don't get attached.
Forward, yeah, never get attached. So yeah, looking forward to well, maybe making it out of this alive. Quite doubtful.
And this adventure today would not be possible without a... Is it called a GM in Aliens? Is there a specific term?
It's actually the Mother is what they're calling it. MUTHER. So, yeah, the Mother as in... there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Yeah, it's the Mother is how it is, which is referring to the, retro sci-fi computer that, is so featured inside of the series itself. So, which is why in most of the intros, instead of it being like, you start your adventure, it's very much, what's the story, mother? Because that's the famous opening line from the first film when they sit down and find out what's going on.
Well, then what is our story, mother?
What's the story, mother? Well, when we last left off, all of our players had to abandon their ship, the USS Montero, which was a small freight ship that was captained by Vanessa Miller, played by Simon today. And upon hearing that the self-destruct sequence was activated intentionally by Montero's mother, the crew has now been stuck on the USC Cronus, which is a scientific explorer which has currently been drifting in the void of space just on the outer rim for the last 75 years. Upon docking with the Cronus, the crew, had found the last remaining members of the science team, which was only about 5 individuals, one of which exhibited headaches almost immediately upon getting out of their long cryostasis. The gory death that ended the last scientists of the USCSS Cronus basically led into a wild goose hunt of trying to find out who these creatures were, while also at the same time restarting the power because the fission reactor had been long since dormant. And when we last left, I believe Davis and Rye were doing everything they could to strip off the coated greasy resin that was inside of the console, but had finally booted up the power, but not before this giant bulbous creature, which you had seen signs of, other entities on side of this board, besides the thing that crawled out of what was the doctor's name? Let's see.
Why do I have
it right here?
Callahan.
Cooper, that crawled out of Cooper's skull. But frankly, this was just monstrous, quiet, and above all, deadly. And we kind of pick up our story with the power booted back on, and I believe it was Rye who just booted back up the command station and the piloting station, barely, like hot wired it so that it was just like a console sitting on top of the old console, and you managed to navigate away from the exploding Montero just in time. So we're going to basically pick up our story on the
Cronus?
On the Cronus, but on the main, I'm trying to think of, I'm losing all of my nautical terms so quickly
deck?
already. Thank you. Hello, the bridge.
The bridge.
That's what I was going on the bridge of the Cronus, sitting next to one of the second pilot station there, and everyone is basically inside of the bridge of the USS Cronus, and this thing had just exploded into a giant obliterating mass out in the middle of space. Oh, and I think we had mentioned too, but there was 3 explosive decompressions that had occurred inside of the USS Cronus as a result of the explosion, and they have been emergency locked down and had been shut. The airlocks had been shut on the internal hallway systems of the Cronus. So that's where we are. What would you like to do?
I would like to freak a little.
Does everyone still have their notes about who still has stress levels and things like that?
I have them for Miller. I have 2 dice of air left, 2 dice of stress, and 1 die of power for the motion sensor.
1 dice of power for the motion sensor. Okay, Wilson, I believe you had 3 air left, but I don't remember if you had any stress dice or not. I was kind of walking with Wilson a little bit.
I'm more than likely I have as many stress die as Simon's character because I believe they were together a lot.
Yeah, they were. That's fine. We can lay into that. And Cham, I
Two, right?
believe, had either two or three stress dice as well too, and I believe he had 2 air. I don't know if he had his. I remember Wilson having the most amount of air of your whole team.
Yeah,
So.
Wilson rolled well all the time. Though Wilson, I remember, got 1 stress die from when I said we are not alone.
Right.
And the whole crew got our first stress die. I think that's the only one that Wilson ever got.
Okay, so
You really
Wilson has
quoted the
1
movie?
stress dice.
Huh?
You really quoted the movie with that?
I quoted the movie a lot during the game.
Because why not? But I believe Rye, if I remember correctly, has 1 air left as well too, and is basically sitting on a couple of stress dice as well. But we'll roll with that since it seems like I'm going to be playing Rye. What's left over?
So if I understand, we're still all wearing our EVA suit.
You all still have your EVA suits on, because at least at this stage, you have determined that the scrubbers are pumping air, and the nitrogen oxygen levels are enough that they could breathe. But I don't think any of you decided that you wanted to breathe it yet, because technically the scrubbers are not working. But the life support system is currently online.
And there's a lot of interesting vegetation pretty much throughout the ship.
Yes, there was several kind of moats, black kind of moats that are not the small little kind of things you would expect on the tree or underneath a leaf or something, but we're talking like anywhere from a softball to like basketball sized moats that are stuck in various parts all over the Cronus at this stage. And they do know that those moats are bad, and they have been the crew of the Cronus has actively said that it is 100% what leads to, exactly what happened to Cooper. However, they did devise a cure, and they have all been inoculated, except they don't know why it happened to Cooper. So that's where you're standing on the information that you know at this point. All right, so let's pick it up.
Yeah.
So, Rise. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I'm looking at the explosion of the Montero in the distance. Fuck. Well, we're going to have to make the best of a bad situation. We got the ship working.
Do?
I didn't do anything.
As far as I know, the only personnel who's able to set the self-destruction on a ship is their captain.
Yeah, right, because I would have self-destructed a ship that took me most of my life to pay for, and still wasn't mine, and I'd just blow it all away for no reason.
Better question is, how are we... What are we supposed to do?
So, Wilson, something that you should probably be aware of now is that as a representative of Weyland-Yutani, your major directives here and the thing that you were supposed to, that you had been communicating to Miller this whole time about is that this recon, now that this has been determined to be a scientific exploratory vessel, is 100% now your responsibility as a representative in order to bring whatever profitable information that could be of use to the company back to Sutter's World, which is the area that you were on your way to, was basically to deliver it out to Sutter's World. So,
and it would look very good on my resume to bring that back in.
I mean, to be fair,
Oh,
you could basically you could if you wanted to just start handing out bonuses for people who will be able to bring back whatever this scientific vessel was supposed to be delivering, well, before whatever happened. And I mean, the one thing that we didn't do much in the very first part of the game was give people their secret objectives, and that was something that I feel is pretty transparent in the first act. But now that we are in the second act of the game, while you guys kind of talk it out a little bit, I'm going to be secretly messaging to you what your objectives are as like your personal character objectives.
Cool.
And just to kind of give you an idea of where things are supposed to go with your character's motivations. These are your character's motivations. But it's fun. It's one of the reasons I think this game did so incredibly well is for a pre-made game like this. They did an amazing job to make sure that players didn't feel like they were just floating in a world of well, what do I do? You know what I mean? So let me see. David, where's Wilson? Wilson. Yeah, here we
I'm
go.
not a volleyball.
Well, wait. No, Scott's playing Wilson.
No, Alex.
Alex is Wilson.
You're playing
Company
Cham.
man.
That's right. So Alex is playing the company man. All right, here we go.
I'll update my.
I am Mr. Wayland Yutani. I forgot the name of the company. That's a good sign. I'm already going nuts.
So Wayland Yutani is the merger of two large corporations that occurred, and basically became the monopoly. And their major things are construction and terraforming. So.
I'll explain what I did in the movies. There's a lot of well, no. The second movie, I believe, is like it's a colony with new people on it. So, you want us to continue role playing while you type furiously?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cham. Wilson. Well, first of all, Wilson. Fucking, you were half the owner of that ship too. I would have checked in with you before making it explode or setting off the self-destruction device.
Forgot about that.
And
Are you
yeah,
able
thank
to
you.
get this ship back in shape so we can go back to civilization?
I don't want to die in the depths of space, so yeah, we're gonna check if, it's possible. We used to have enough fuel to get it to Souther's world, but now that our ship has exploded with all the fuel with it, it's gonna be a long shot. I'm not that great with engineering. That would be Rye's specialty. We also have to get that inoculation for us that the other crew was talking about. Plus,
Are we close to all the other crew right now? Are we all bunched up together?
I assume we're talking a few feet away from them,
Okay.
furiously
you're-
whispering.
Furiously whispering or openly talking, depending on how you want to get into it.
I guess I'm gonna lean closer to you and say, in a non-stage whisper, how safe is it? One of them was, and the thing crawled out of his eye. What if this happens to us?
Well, that's why we should fucking get inoculated.
But what if it's the inoculation itself that did that? What if they're pushing the thing inside of us?
Are you
You
saying
kind of-
vaccines are bad?
You kind of hear as Flynn, who you've known as the medic at this point inside of the ship, he's kind of come out and goes, "Look, okay, so the only reason that Cooper may have had that thing crawl out of his mouth is either one, he was immune to the inoculations, some kind of outlier from not being able to accept the cure that we be able to give him, or two, he didn't take it. I've said time and time again, we should check his body and find out, even if I can get him on the autopsy table, I can maybe find out why the inoculations didn't work. Because, I mean, look at all of us, right? I mean, we're not in EVA suits, and you two are all talking in your intercom links, and we're fine."
Yeah, they have a point. One way or another, we need to get to the medbay.
Okay,
Because
I agree.
Wilson, remember, you wanted us to get whatever it is that we can bring back to the company. And,
It still is Mother's orders. We still need to accomplish that.
Nobody cares. That's the least of my worries. We just got to get the hell out of here.
Once we're back to planet Further,
Souders World.
Sutter's World.
thank you. We'll bring this back. We'll be safe. More than likely, they have a contingent of Marines that they can sweep the rest of this place. And then we'll see what happens.
How?
Just go back to civilization.
How do you propose that? We're on a ship that's been floating in space for 70 years?
75.
75.
They have a reactor. It's, I don't know. It's what, nuclear?
So, yeah.
The decay on that is astronomical. We should still be able to use it to power ourselves back into our direction, into the right direction.
The reactor is working. My fear is that if we need to go in hibernation again before we get to Souther's world, I don't want to go to sleep with a monster on board that can just pry open the pods and eat us while we're asleep.
Is that what happened to the other pods that we didn't get the people out?
Oh, you saw the blood fucking everywhere.
Was
Well,
the blood from the
remember,
inside,
Wilson,
or-
what you had sawed is that something was trying to get into the cryo labs desperately and was unable to do so, and they were pounding and ripping that door open at that stage and unable to get through it, which is one of the reasons why the cryo labs did what they did. But there were still 2 people who you found their mummified corpses because of potentially some kind of cryotube failure at that stage. I mean,
How-
75 years.
How far away are we from safe haven?
Stutter's World, I would say you'd have to probably go look because you haven't even tried to see where you are at this stage. You haven't even checked your star chart since you left the USS Montero at this point, and you've been cruising at about 0.6 light speed at this stage. So you've been careening just into deep space.
How we could be like years off course.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're the captain. You know ships. Find out where we are.
Wow. You're giving me orders, Wilson. Is that it?
Do you have any better idea?
Yeah. How about we let the captain do her fucking job?
Well, thank you, Cham. But Wilson is right. I'll get the mother, see if they have any like updated star charts here. Just to check where we are, how long it takes. While I do that, you two head over to the med lab with the rest of the crew. Well, the crew of the Kronos, anyway. And
Which are now 3 at this point. You have at this stage you have Miller, who is not Miller, sorry. Johns, Reed, and Flynn are the last remaining members of the Cronus at this stage. So
yeah, take John, Reed, and Flynn, go to the med bay. I'll go to Mother. Rye, we need someone to pilot this ship. I'll send you the coordinates as soon as I have them. How about that?
all right, no, yeah, I might be, and you kind of hear Flynn go, yeah, no, good. If I get to the med labs, I can grab all of the inoculations we need. I know that we still had some left over.
Then let's go, people.
All right. Come on, Wilson.
So
get
we are
going.
aware that there is the big thing still crawling around, correct?
There is still one unidentified creature from the last episode, but it wasn't even a creature. It was a ping on the motion tracker at this point. So whatever it is, it moves.
Do I see it on the motion tracker at the moment before we leave the bridge?
So if you sweep it over across this part of the deck, you will basically see nothing at this stage that's basically hitting anything on B deck at this point. But feel free to also make your last power roll for it as
damn.
well too, and let's see how it is.
Does it go down if it's a 1, or does it go down if it's just not a success?
If it's a 1,
Okay,
it goes down.
so it's still at 1 power.
Okay, still you're seeing it's flashing. The little the low battery is definitely going into it. And to start this, now that you've given orders and we're moving out, I'm gonna do everyone to make their air roll as well.
All right. And assuming that's just whatever that stat was as a d6.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it's just literally however many air you have, and then
Gotcha.
what would?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
I think we're all good.
Rye turns to you as well and goes, "And what the fuck do you want me to do, Captain?"
Well, can you steer a ship, Rye? Davis is out. I need someone that I can trust.
I'll do my best. It's not what I signed up for, that's for damn sure, but I'm probably the most capable here, so sure. Why not? You see as Rye kind of rolls down and goes, I cleaned the fucking reactor, killed the damn thing. Why not just fly the whole fucking ship as well, too? Rye do this, Rye do that. And she kind of mumbles to herself as she sits down and goes and is awkwardly in the EVA suit and is doing that whole like Homer with the dialing wand thing, trying to poke each one of the kind of controls to figure out what's going on. And goes, it'd be a lot easier to do this if we could take our EVA suits off. Maybe you want to think about getting those air scrubbers cleaned as well too. I know, being a captain's rough, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not mechanically inclined, Rye. I count on my crew for that.
Well, la-di-di-da. You put me in the pilot seat?
Oh, fuck's sake. Alright, you know what? You want to go scrub the...
Why don't you go tell Cham to go fix fucking thing? No. I'm not scrubbing shit. You put me here, why don't you go get Cham to do it? I mean, he's the machine guy, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
Fine.
yeah, he was ever more competent than you were with machines.
Thank God.
You owe me, Rye. You owe me for this.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
All right, Wilson, if we're doing this shit, come on.
Oh, Cham, can you stop by the air scrubbers?
Yeah. It's... Suppose I can.
On my side,
So,
I'm gonna go
actually,
and get inoculated.
How
What's
do
up?
you get to the air scrubber's shaft? It seems that the room is blocked from every level.
So the air scrubber chefs has an access terminal that you can kind of see, that little blip that's right there, that little where it says, "Oh, that's escape pods." Those are escape pods. That's interesting. But do you see how there's like a crawl maintenance tunnel that's in the side part there?
Yeah, between the stairwell and the air scrubber shaft?
Yeah. So here, let me just see if it has anything about it that I should wear. Yeah, it's only via the ventilation and maintenance shafts. So you have to basically go down to deck C,
Fuck.
and then which is where the reactor was. And then you've got to crawl, basically go through the ventilation and maintenance. Yeah, so thank you. Whoever pinged that. That's exactly what it is. So it's basically you got to go down to deck C and crawl through the ventilation and maintenance shafts. So,
Well, Cham, you're not doing this alone. I'll radio in when I'm done with Mother, and we'll go down to deck C. Wilson, you're gonna be okay with the with our little friends here?
Yeah, I'm already on my way to get inoculated. That was the plan, no?
Yes, it is.
Alright, what?
all right. So, Rye kind of sits at the pilot seat and continues to do what they can with the bulky suit that they're available to. And Miller, you can at this point. Did you end up finding the access key to access Mother directly from the main deck?
No, I did access my mother from my
your
chair.
room.
Yeah, in the Montenero.
Okay.
But on the Cronus, I have to go back up to deck A and get to the mother room.
Okay. Yeah. So you and I believe Wilson, just so you know too, you have an emergency override key. So if you need to, you may need to let Miller inside for this, or you need to hand over your key to Miller so that he can get into Mother.
And he's aware that I have a key like so?
Well,
Or
you've
a guarded secret?
You've already shown it off as something to them already. Like you've already had to use it once. Yeah.
Oh, Wilson, I'm gonna need your key.
Alright, this comes with a rubber band. I'm gonna hand him my key.
Wow, thank you so much for the trust.
Well, I am giving it to you. I'm just saying I would like to get this back. Please and thank you.
If I don't bring it back, it's because I'm dead. So
then I don't want you to bring whatever killed you back.
All right,
don't
let's
die.
Go.
We need everybody.
So, Miller, let's go and start with you first. Let's take you up to Mother, and you head up to Deck A. Not a whole lot different than what I talked to you beforehand. You basically head down into the Junction B. You go through into the main hallway that has the one thing that you do notice is that a whole bunch of the like various materials that were in the hallway beforehand that it's just been jumbled and left around have now been pushed through. That is clear signs of there was lost atmosphere in this room for a moment before the door that's to your port side shut immediately. So you can now see that like if you were facing going out of the bridge door, if you were to make a right, you would notice all of that before going into Junction B1 and taking the steps up to A deck. So no, wrong side, other side. That other side's port.
Yeah, the armory is broken.
Yeah, thank you. You know what? I could probably do that with drawing, right? But you've got it. So freehand. That's dead. And then I believe
that's the spot I was thinking about going to on the DL, but fine, I guess.
That's probably the worst spot that could be non-accessible.
Right. And then what else did I blow up? I knew I blew up two other things.
I think there was one on Deck C that blew up.
Deck C. Yeah. It wouldn't be the coolant tank or the reactor, but it would probably be this cargo. But that cargo bay's open. That's going to be all messed up. There's nothing. Oh, you know what? A cargo office. Dead. All right.
Oh.
And then let's kill this elevator, which means all the elevators on the port side are dead. All right, rock and roll.
Cool.
All right, so yeah, Miller, you basically head up into Mother. You take Wilson's key card. Rather than having to punch in an emergency exit code, you just wave. You see the Weyland-Yutani symbol, the yellow W into Y, kind of just boop, go green as you whoosh, see the door open, and you walk into kind of a shocking sight. As you've been getting used to being around the USS Cronus, you've been used to just the general disarray, the slowly like since the ship had been in the cold of space with no atmosphere, no life support for 75 years, now that life support's getting back on and everything's being heated up and coming around, everything's now just moist and dirty and dark. As contrast, Mother's whole area is spotless. It is clean and it is just untouched. And you can see the blinking data server and a single terminator, which you can interface with Mother directly for.
I'll walk up to the terminal and type in, I don't know, something like Mother, I would need access to star charts.
Type in emergency access code. And which is fine. You can literally type in an emergency access code.
Okay, as a captain, I have
Yes.
like those codes. Okay.
Yeah, so after typing it in, it goes, star chart data unloaded into command bridge. Please refer hollow display table for further interfacing.
I'll radio to Rye. Rye, this is Miller.
Yeah, Miller.
The holo table should be online. You should be able to see the charts.
All right.
What can you tell me about where we are?
I'll find out where we are. Well, I can't tell you right now because I have to go do math. But yes, give me a bit and I will tell you.
This is going straight to your yearly review. You know that.
Yeah. You also put about how I saved your ass like 5 or 6 times. Don't forget to mention that one.
I'm also going to mention how I also saved your life.
Oh my God. You and me and me and you. All right. So they're gonna 3d6 for their panic.
Please don't pan. Ouch.
Woo!
This is fine.
Oh no, the map. It's non-Euclidean.
Let me find my panic. Is there anything else you want to ask Mother in the meantime while we find out just how botched this is?
Yeah, I'd like to have a status of all the cryopods.
Okay.
Like a log, a history of what happened, because...
All right, tell me exactly what you want to ask
I
her.
would like to know, Mother, tell me when each pod went offline.
All right. Roll 3d6. Oh my gosh.
Bye, Rye.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So you type in to Mother, give me status of the cryo base, and you see Mother, with the typing, you see several lines just unload into it, and you see each cryopod laid out with inactive, on standby, ready for command, except for 2 of the pods, which say catastrophic failure, and you see that the log for that was something like 36 years ago of the 75 years. So halfway through, they just received a catastrophic failure and just flat out died. But otherwise, all of the cryopods are inactive, currently waiting for commands.
I have a question for you, Ivan, just because
Yes.
I'm a bit less familiar with the Aliens universe. The androids.
Yes.
They don't
need anything.
Yeah, okay. No. So they would have been alive during all those 75 years. They would have been awake.
Yes, absolutely.
I would like to ask Mother, where is the android? Who is it? Where are they? If I can have like a summary of who they are, what their role in the ship is.
All right. So you want to know more. You're basically typing in status of synthetic.
Yeah.
So you type in that, and you basically see a very pixelated, kind of awful image of this woman with short black cropped hair in a tight Weyland-Yutani suit, who appears to be in their 20s. And you see a dossier of Ava 6, who is the on-ship synthetic and is the current android on Weyland-Yutani. And they have a whole breakdown. I basically can give you the character sheet at this point. So introduced by Weyland-Yutani at the beginning of the century and now long since discontinued, Ava is a female-presenting equivalent of the Walter series android, considered by the crew. Yes. And said last known command, Ava, defend crew.
Well, Ava didn't do such a great job after all. Is there a way to know if they're still alive?
So you're typing in ping Ava 6.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you ping Ava 6, and you basically hear Mother type out. Ava 6 is currently executing her last known order of patrolling the USCSS Cronus and is currently situated between the corporate suite and the living area on Deck B.
But I was gonna type in "thank you, mother," but
You need to remain polite with mother.
I need to remain polite with mother. That's. I'll head out then. I'll radio Wilson and Cham. I'm gonna try to find their synth. Ava, she's somewhere on Deck B. You might encounter her before me. They're currently between the corporate suite, and living quarters. They would be on your way to the med lab.
Right, I was gonna ask that. So, do we encounter a synth?
Well, I mean, are you going to say that if you're going, because at this point you can get down to C deck, pretty much through the junction taking you there, so you don't even have to go that far port of the or that far aft of the ship in order to make it into that area. So if you were just going to go through junction B1 down to junction C1, you would never even encounter it. But if you're going to walk all the way through down to the science lab and then to junction B2, then that would be the case. So what would you like to do?
I thought we were heading to the med lab to get inoculated.
Oh, that's right. You did mention that. Okay. So
right.
now this is a great opportunity to hop over to Wilson. So Wilson and Cham, as you're basically get this radio signal coming in from Miller, you're walking down along where the mess hall is, and where from where the mess hall is, because no, I'm sorry, it would be along the sides. You're going down along the corridor, along the sides of the corporate suite, which you've only know from the schematics it's there. Otherwise, it's not very well labeled. Any kind of display of what that room was long since destroyed in the years that it's been locked into that place. You kind of are going down there, and that's when you notice that what you thought was a body of one of the crew members has laid out there is actually what seems to be a freshly destroyed body. We'll make an observation roll for me real quick.
All right. Observation 2 and wits?
Yes. Great. So one success. So something you never really thought of before, Wilson, is that, I mean, you've been seeing a lot of bodies that have been scattered all across the Cronus, and they've been either ravaged, or they've turned into skeletons, or they've been mummified. And this one you just kind of walked over because a body's a body, but this is the first time you've actually noticed that this person looks like they're whole, like their skin is taut, their eyes are open, lulled into the back of their head, but otherwise the body is just like laying on the floor, disheveled. It looks like they just collapsed and died. And this is kind of the first time that's striking you that, wow, this thing's been in the cold of space for 75 years, and this person looks like they died yesterday.
Do I know how long the internal battery for a synth lasts for?
Centuries.
Okay. Any sign of damage to the synth from what I can see, without touching, turning, or
not touching or turning and looking at it? Not touching it, not picking it up, not doing anything. You see very few superficial, or very few like outward damage to the body. They seem to be actually, most of their flight suit doesn't even seem to have been torn up that much. So it's ripped apart, but it's not like rags at this stage.
Okay. Well,
I would say what's the around. What does the body look like?
Yeah, I'm gonna
so you're gonna
next to it and see if I can just turn her around if she's facing up or down.
She's basically has her back leaning against the wall, and the head's kind of lolled into the back with its head pressed up against the grating where the corporate office is. And they just are, they basically look like they back slammed up against the wall, slid down, and then ceased to function from there. So investigating the body, you go ahead.
Maybe the force of being pushed against the door broke something on the inside.
Right. As you pull the head back, you kind of realize that there's a giant head wound right on the back of their head, kind of close to where their right ear is. And as you kind of are investigating, you pull your hand back and see that your glove is covered in a sticky white, milky white substance. And you know that to be android blood.
Right. Is there for me to salvage this synth by plugging it into a computer or a terminal of sorts, so I can access what's on the inside?
Yeah, you can absolutely attempt to repair her. So it would involve a heavy machinery roll, and you would have to basically, in theory, you could even try it there if you wanted to.
Well, I'm going to call the person that I know is good at fixing everything on board the other ship and try to get in touch with Rye.
Rise goes, you keep talking to me about things that Cham is good at. Cham does machinery. I do everything else, mostly Comtech.
Yeah.
Well, this is tech. It's a synth. I thought you'd be able to fix.
Wilson. I've got it. I'll take a look, and I'll radio to Miller. Captain, looks like we found the synth.
What's their status?
Pretty much DOA, but I'm gonna take a look here. And I guess I'd like
Go ahead and make a heavy machinery roll, Cham.
Is that plus wits?
That should be, I believe that's wits plus heavy machinery, but
Right.
I'll double check it for you real quick.
All right.
Ooh, my book still smells like printing. No, actually, heavy machinery is a strength. You've got to muscle that thing up a little bit. All right. Yeah, one success.
That is no successes.
Oh, I'm Berserker Rage. No. Wow, 8d6 and nothing.
And nothing.
Okay.
You forgot your stress dice.
Yeah, I was going to say, roll your stress dice, too.
Let's see, what's that? 2. I'll roll those. Still
Okay.
not a 10 dice and nothing.
All right. Well, great. So, Cham, you are basically picking this thing up, but wearing the Eva suit and trying to investigate this thing, there's just no room for subtlety here. You can't get your fingers into anywhere where the wound is, and the plate. It's like you can't even get your head on it. It just is like bonking up against the side because you still have this giant face plate on, and it's just. I mean, you could do this easy if you just didn't have to wear the fucking suit.
Captain, no luck. I can't do shit with this suit on. I mean, we're gonna have to get those scrubbers cleaned up so we can get out of these things.
All right. So Wilson and Cham, sorry, any additional orders, Captain?
Not right now. Is this happening at the same time as Rye is freaking out?
You have no idea what's going on with Rye.
I'm gonna come and join you then. Just stay put.
All right.
All right. So Miller, you run down and you kind of wait a second as things are getting up. Since Miller's taking this time to go through it and you're having to wait, Cham and Wilson, it's time for another error roll.
Oh. I'm okay.
All right, look at that. Cool. So you group up with Flynn and Reed and Johns, and you basically head over straight down to where the med lab is. You can kind of see that the med lab, it's pretty easy to pick it up. You go in there, and we haven't gone in there at all yet, have we? I remember Davis vaguely trying to get something inside of there, but
Davis
didn't
tried
really...
but turned around.
Right. So
wasn't there someone that went to an infirmary of sort to get pills?
That was the one on.
Yeah, that was Davis.
Yeah, but are you guys in Sci Lab 2 or Med Lab?
Med lab.
Okay, because Med Lab and Med Pods were where Davis had been.
Where it was all like, hey, look at those things in a jar.
Yeah.
Right. So you get into the med lab, and you see Flynn basically run over, and he starts sorting through some stuff, and he grabs he kind of sees there's a medkit case, and he grabs it. It looks like it'd been marked with black tape and written on it "cure." And they grab it, and he pops it open for a second and looks onto there and sees 6 syringes, and kind of takes a deep breath and goes, okay, well, all right. Cure's secured, Captain.
Good.
Is he looking at me or?
Or
looking
was
at,
it? Yeah.
Looking at. Yeah, because you're all there together. So.
Okay, I didn't think that Captain made its way from Mother over here.
Now, Chairman Wilson, if you walk in, since you've never been in this area before, you do see that there are several jars that seem to have some kind of preservative fluid around, but they've been so covered in dust that they're completely covered at this stage. You also see that these moats I'm talking about, there isn't any moats in this room. There's just jars. There's just these giant kind of steel jars, as well as a 2 med pods that are currently situated in place, and one of them is open, but it seems just gross. But the other one is the actual shield is down, and the entire interior of the med pod is just laden with like black iron rich blood everywhere inside of it. It's just oxygenated, and it's just basically covering the entire, so there's no way of looking inside of it because there's just blood all covering the inside. So
what happened in there?
And there's one other small thing. No, that's actually fine. That's basically it. That's what. And Flynn goes, I don't know. I never went in here. I remember the cure, and then I remember people going crazy. I don't know. I mean, whatever it is, it did not survive the surgery or whatever procedure they punched into that thing. Yeah, you know what? Maybe. And you kind of see Flynn is walking over, and he's looming over the panel. He tries to wipe it on his side as if the interior is going to be cleaned by him wiping over the top of it. He kind of moves his hand over and goes, I don't...
Logic.
What's that?
I said that. No, it was out of character. I'm like, oh, that's logical.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe it's one of the crew. Maybe it's one of those things. But whatever it is, it's dead now. I don't know. You want to take a look?
Am I in the room at that point?
You're all in the room. I'm
okay,
assuming
good.
Everybody's in the room.
I caught
together.
up with them. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not. You know what? No, don't worry about it. No, I'm fine. Flynn kind of turns around and goes into it. He puts his hands up. He's like, I'm good. I don't know if I want to know what's in there.
I don't want to know what's in there just yet.
Well,
I'd have the full medical team take a look. And
we don't have a full medical team. Unless
you have,
John Reed.
Yeah. Flynn turns to you and goes, yeah, you have me. You have me, and I'm the field medic. I'm not even a surgeon. That's what these are for.
Oh, is there a way to see a log of what's been happening?
Yeah, I could probably pop that up. I mean,
That'd be great.
So he kind of walks over to the terminal and types it in. Now that the power is on, everything kind of works. Kind of types it and types in the last log, and he like turns white for a second as he turns back to you and goes, The last executed procedure that was put into this machine was for a vivisection.
English?
They opened him up while he was alive.
Yeah, they cut off every single limb while they were alive.
Practice was performing operation on live animal for the purpose of experimentation and scientific research. Huh. Fantastic.
That's it, but I guess it was an exploratory surgery. I think they were trying to find out what happened to them.
So it's safe to say that they were probably infected.
I think that's very safe to say. I mean, for all we know, this could have been one of the first ones that, I don't know, could have happened, or maybe they found one of those things that climbed out of Clayton's eyes, or I'm sorry, Cooper's eyes, and they put it on this table.
Is there a way to open the pod?
He kind of looks at the emergency open button and looks to you.
Miller, don't.
I mean, do you think that's a good idea, Captain?
I want to know what the fuck happened here.
Do you still have your scanner thing?
I have my and I pump the shotgun.
For dramatic effect.
Yes.
Pick up the shell. Here you go. You're gonna need that one too.
Yeah, I think you have. How are you looking on ammo on that thing?
I only
right
shot
now?
once. I don't know how much ammo there was inside.
I think it was. I think it had. Here, let me find it out because I know it had specifics to it.
I think it had like 3 bullets, 3 shells.
Yeah, 3 shells. So you shot one of the 3 shells. So mark that you have 2 left. Oh wait, is this how it works? Oh wait, I forgot. I think actually equipment works just like air.
So you would roll every time you use it to see if you've expended a bullet or not.
Yeah, or if you've used it up, so to speak.
That makes sense.
This is what we do. This is what we do in Outbreak as well too. So it's not just one of those, hey, I'm counting bullets kind of a situation. It's just you use the damn thing.
Yeah.
And then it's either there or not, So
I
that's
like
okay.
that
Whenever you use it, we're just gonna roll ammo for it, and it'll be the same boat.
So
okay?
Yeah, I'll just roll for what happened last week. Nothing special. Got 1 success. So
right. So you still technically have 3 ammo in it. So cool. All right.
Magic bullet.
Well, then Flynn looks at you, looks at the button, and goes, so what should we do?
Open it.
All right. Stand back, everyone.
No, that is a bad idea.
And he hits the emergency open button, and you kind of watch as a small mote of just gas just hits out as the med pod base slowly starts to open. And inside you see it looks a lot like the thing that attacked Davis, Miller, Wilson. It barely fits inside of the med pot. They had to kind of like move its knees up a little bit, and the only way you can tell that is because the legs are sitting perfectly next to it because they've been cut off just above the knee and been laid out right next to it. And you can see this thing has just been, it's everything except for one arm has been cut off, and you see its giant bulbous head that's kind of laid out, that beluga head that I was telling you about, where this bulbous flesh kind of covers the eye, and it looks like it's just been like someone just took the head and just stretched it a little too much and made it swollen and huge. You can still see the remnants of the crew uniform that it's been that it was wearing in its former life, and its abdomen from right where the sternum is down towards right where the hip is has been cut, and you can see that the med arms still has its articulating arms all laid inside of it, and it has pulled back all the portions of its abdomen and its body, and you can see that its guts are everywhere. It's everywhere. and the elongated skull that is there has been apparently opened, and you can see where large portions of the skull had been surgically cut and lifted up to see what had happened to its brain cavity. And you can still see the kind of now at this point decaying gray matter. And now that it's been exposed to air, you can just see it's just this thing is now just starting to well, at least for the Flynn, who is not inside of an Evo suit, just covers his hands over his mouth and just goes, "Oh God, oh!" and turns around and goes to a corner and starts heaving and gagging. So,
thank God for the suits. With 1 rank in medical aid, would I be able to identify if, like, most of the Argans are still human or if they look completely alien?
yeah, make the roll.
Would that be wits or empathy in medical aid?
I think that's empathy.
If it's with empathy, I think I fail unless my stress helps me. Oh shit, I panic.
All right.
After seeing this, I think everybody would panic.
Shit.
Right,
So
go
I
ahead and roll
again.
it.
10, of course. Had to roll high.
Okay. So you kind of go over and start, your curiosity is just now getting the better of you, and you're kind of walking over and you're looking at this thing's skull, and you can see that the skull literally has been elongated and pulled, and the parts of the actual the parts of the skull that have been removed in the brain render, you're looking into it, you can see that this thing is human. It is absolutely human, but it's also not. It has this odd, just like, things are just off. It is some of the organs are too big, or they're not the right size, and it's clear that the arms, whatever muscular and bone stuff had been done to it, is just been elongated and pulled into it, and it just does not. It seems human, but it is absolutely kind of subhuman. And then it reaches its arm up and grabs a hold of you onto the back of your neck, and it slams your head down onto the med bay for just a second, as you can see this last brutal gasp of energy as it shrieks and holds on to you, and it now has you by your Eva shoulder and has pulled your head down, and you have both of your hands up on the table now.
What
the
fuck?
It's going to make an attack against you real quick. Hold on. Oh, all right. So I roll a whole bunch of nothing. This thing grabs you, but because of your Eva suit, all it does is if you didn't have your faceplate on, it could have cracked your skull in. But thankfully, you just took your faceplate and you just kissed the end of the med table, and you just hear the acrylic just boom, as it just lays against each other, and you can see this thing is now just trying to like rip itself up against its articulations, and you can see the skin and the articulated arms that are still holding onto this thing, strapping it down. It's now fighting up against it.
I would like to rush the console to see if I can reactivate it or do something to make it just cut the rest off.
Okay, so you're gonna run over and you're gonna hit it. Make a Comtech roll, quick, Wilson. Like, try to type in a new command on this thing.
Comtech, it's wits.
Wits and Comtech, yeah.
Here it goes. Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Failure. Oh, wait a second. I forgot I had also my stress die. Come on, stress die.
Oh, Miller, by the way, on your panic roll, it's considered frozen. You are frozen by fear for a single round, losing your next slow action. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs that are in short range of you increase by 1.
So I failed on my stress roll as well.
Oh,
This is how it ends. This is how the entire adventure ends in the medbay.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
disembodied thing is gonna kill us all.
All right, roll 2d6.
Thanks.
Okay, you're fine. You keep it together, Wilson. For whatever reason, you're holding onto it, but you're watching Miller, expecting him to get out of the way. But all Miller has is just both of his hands on the medbay at the moment, with his face mask still just planted into it, and he's not moving at all. He's just shrieking as this thing is taking its one last arm and it's trying to take its torso, which, by the way, from the legs down are gone. All right, and is attempting to move itself into a position to rip apart his suit. So, what are you doing, Cham?
I'd like to grab Miller and pull them away from the table.
All right, just make a solid strength roll. That's all I ask of you.
All right, and then should I include the stress with that?
Yeah, and because Miller's frozen, I'm going to have him make a contesting strength roll.
Oh, and Miller is known for their strength.
Oh wow, you have 7d6 in strength.
5 and then the 2 stress.
Oh, you're supposed to roll the stress separately,
stress
just in
separately.
case the stress
Okay.
comes as a 1. So,
Well, let's do
but it's
that.
okay. I'll still take that 6. Let's just see if you get a 1 on the stress roll as well.
All right, let's see here. So I
Okay.
got 2 5s, yeah.
So good. So you grab him, but now Miller, make your contesting.
Miller has also a 6, but Miller has. Do I add my stress to that too?
No, this is for a contesting. I would
Okay.
say for you, since you are currently already panicked. This is just so. Cham, you grab Miller and you try to pull his suit and try to get him away from this thing. But whether the creature's grip is just so tight, or the fact that Miller just will not let go, he just does not seem to want to get out of it. He just is stuck there, and you're yanking on him, and you're yanking on him as hard as you possibly can, but he is not moving at all. So, all right, let's have this thing strike at you guys again, because Flynn is now screaming in the corner, and everyone else is just the members of the Cronus are just backing away. They are not willing to get anywhere close to what is happening right now. That was a short little sting, so let me move it on to a bigger, longer sting. There we go. All right. Oh, that's not good enough. We need something a little more intense than that. All right, let me make my roll. Yeah, it's better. Oh my god! Nothing again. So this thing is just attempting so hard to lift itself up, but the articulated arms of the medbay have just pinned this thing down in such a way, and you can hear it still screaming as it's attempting to pull itself up. And whatever death throes it has inside of it, it just cannot seem to get any more of a purchase. And it's mostly also because you've just gripped a hold of this medbay with and you're not giving it any wiggle room at all. Still, I mean, again, there's just you have a quick action if you want, but your slow action this round is done.
What's the difference between a quick and a slow action?
A slow action is basically a move attack, like anything that we consider to be like a full action in something like D&D, and a short action is exactly what you would assume in like D&D. It's like drop an item, pick up something, yell something, whatever it is.
Okay.
It's not anything that can help you right now. So,
you know what? I will drop the shotgun in fear.
congratulations, Miller. Go for it. Now, Cham. What about you? Are you still just trying to pull him out of the way?
No, Cham sees him drop the shotgun and will grab the shotgun and try to blow this thing up.
Don't
All right.
forget to cock it first.
All right, go
For
ahead,
that dramatic
Cham.
effect.
You're gonna roll a ranged attack plus dexterity.
I
Or
have
whatever
the
the-
perfect
Agility,
quote for
so-
Agility, yes.
Okay. So I don't have ranged attack. I have close combat.
Ranged combat. Oh, so then if it isn't, then it's just an agility roll.
Then it's just an agility roll. Okay.
Yes.
So I have a 6.
One success. Now roll your panic.
Okay. So
All right. So Cham, do you wanna describe to me how, since this this thing does 3 damage. The shotgun says it just does 3 damage. But do you want to describe to me how you incapacitate this opened thing at this point and release Miller from its grasp?
Yeah, so as Miller drops the shotgun, Cham will pick it up, and since it was already cocked and ready to go, he just points it at its head, that bulbous head where that gray matter's showing, and just pulls the trigger and tries to grab Miller as yeah.
You kind of watch as this thing does its last violent convulse as you basically take whatever science experiment that this thing was on the floor and you just turn it into a piece of abstract art now against the opposite wall as the shotgun blast just goes everywhere, and it basically takes its long claw-like hand and then just drops down onto the floor and falls and just releases Miller.
Captain, you okay?
Game over, man. Game over.
Thank you for that.
I hate you.
Thank you. If there was inspiration in this game, I'd give it to you right now.
Holy shit.
But there isn't. So it's only fear. All right. So Flynn and all of them else are having heard the death scream of this thing, now kind of pulling themselves out and goes, "Oh God."
Even after 75 years in the dead of space, no atmosphere, no nothing, that thing survived. What have you guys been working on?
He goes, It was an exploratory mission. We went down to some ruins, and we brought back artifacts. We were taking it back, and then people started getting sick. But we thought everyone was fine. It's just, we put them in containments just like we done. That's why we figured out this cure after we found out the moats were doing whatever they're doing. We created the vaccination.
Whoever this was, were they vaccinated?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's still so hazy from the cryo sleep. I mean, they're a part of our crew. That much I know. I mean, look at the suit. Anyway, we should get the scrubbers fixed.
Yeah.
See if you can get the synth back online. They might be able to assist.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to do that in the suit.
Then inoculation first.
I don't know if I want any part of whatever the hell that is.
Oh, I think this is a great time for another air roll right now, especially with Miller hyperventilating inside of his own EVA suit. So good.
I mean, I lost all my air just jumping from one ship to the next. Like, everything's fine.
I know, right?
I rolled a once. I'm assuming I lose an air.
Yeah, you do. So, Cham, you're now at 1 air.
1 air. Okay.
Right.
Do we see the air level on our suits?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, you can absolutely see that Cham's is getting low, getting very low.
Cham, your suit's about to bust anyway. You're gonna need inoculation if you run out of oxygen.
We'll deal with that when it happens, Captain. No
All right,
offense.
So what's the plan?
Scrubbers. Get the air clean so we can breathe.
Yeah, that's makes the most sense. Let's do that.
Med console still active?
Med console's still active. You thankfully, Cham did not blow that away.
Good. Gonna go close to the thing, pick up its arm, throw it like inside, and I'm gonna see about closing it back.
So you're gonna put the arm in, and then you're gonna close the med bay. Okay.
It stays there.
Yeah, okay, done. All right. So you lock the arm inside of the med bay.
I don't know what could happen. The arm could just start going away.
No, it's all good.
Yeah,
So,
we don't know at this point.
So you go out from the med lab and you're basically coming down into here and into this junction, right?
Yep.
Great. So you find yourself into the junction B2 and you start to crawl down. You get down into the C deck and you start making your way up over to the catwalk again, like you were talking about. You kind of make it over and you start heading over towards where, so like it's like this, and then through here, through the balcony, through the catwalk, into the maintenance bay to where the air scrubber shafts are, and you start getting into there. So the air scrubber shafts, sorry, just getting to that part. There we go. As you get to the bottom, this is the bottom of the air scrubbers. You kind of walk in. You can see that there's water everywhere inside of here, and there's a water-filled chamber that's kind of sitting on deck C, and there's condensation that has accumulated up over the top of the shaft, and it rains down. As a result, you kind of find yourself into this dripping kind of long vertical tube that goes up the entire span of the Cronus, like up 3 different levels, and it just, you can hear the constant as water is just dripping down. The shaft is dark, and at the very bottom where you've come into, as you kind of look it through the maintenance shaft, you can see the bottom is just water, just like a pool of water at the very bottom, and it's dark, and unfortunately you just can't see much even with your headlamps. Should you choose to turn them on, you just see small little spots of light as it's coming across, and when you strike the water, it just loses all of its intensity. And even in your EVA suits, you can tell that it is incredibly noisy in here as the fans that are attempting to spin, but seem to have come up against some kind of obstruction or just difficulty, or just grinding on themselves, and it's just as in there the entire time as you're kind of coming into the space. So who's got heavy machinery?
Cham,
make an observation at -2 for me.
Observation at -2. All right. So is that, what else do I pull that with?
Its observation should be
So 1.
wits, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's probably wits and observation.
We are rolling 1d6.
You can do it.
I got nothing.
Okay.
Cham, you're fired.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Thank you,
Hold
Captain.
on. You don't get to fire anyone from your crew just like that without going through the percent.
Company approval needed.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cham, as you kind of get down and get into the pool and start looking around to try to find out what's going on, you kind of hop down and start trying to look to see what's going on with the scrubbers.
How deep is the water?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I was like, how deep is this water? How long has this been collecting?
I mean, it's definitely almost up to your knee deep. That's for sure. And so plopping in there is just kind of like, but your Eva suits, they're meant to be in the void of space, right? So, I mean, you feel nothing, and they're absolutely waterproof because they're airproof. So you just kind of hop down and start just looking through and kind of dicking around and kind of looking through the scrubbers. And you can see that, dude, Cham, these filters are just gross. They're just filled with carbon, and they have grime all over them. Like, I mean, the filters haven't been changed in 75 years. You know what I mean? So it's going to take, this is not going to be one of those pop in a new filter and everything's fine.
Right.
You're going to have to work here for a while. In fact, it could be an entire shift just to get it done.
This is going to take some time, Captain. I mean, again, 75 years of just buildup.
Question
place
is, can you clean it?
It's going to take me some time. And if it's just me, it's going to take a lot longer than I would like to be down here.
4 hours is what a standard shift is.
So, I mean, we're
Can help.
looking.
I want to breathe air again, not just
Wilson?
recycled can.
Okay, get in here. Start cleaning these filters.
Yeah, I mean, they're Woolen Yutani filters, so
They're the best.
yeah, you're still working for the company.
Okay. So Wilson, you hop in there as well too.
I will look at the motion sensor.
You start looking at the motion sensor.
Yes.
Okay. So you turn it on, flip it on. You start hearing the. You can hear Flynn and some of the other people from the Cronus being like, we'll just be in the med lab if you need us, or the Psi lab, either one. Is that good?
Barricade yourself.
Yeah, barricade yourselves in.
Okay, all right. You kind of hear as they temper off and head back to where their labs are. You kind of hear Flynn come back and goes, "Yeah, so speaking of barricade, can I have a gun? I know you've got one."
I have my shotgun.
Yeah,
Rye.
don't you have that? Oh, Rye, the person up on the
Ryan
deck.
Davis had the other weapons. So if you want to
Oh.
go by the bridge, you can grab the flamethrower.
Okay.
Are
I'm
you
gonna.
for
I'm,
real?
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. I'm not gonna sit with whatever's floating around here anymore and be by ourselves.
Wait, you passed by Ava, right? Didn't
Yeah.
she have a gun or something? She was supposed
No.
to protect the ship.
I mean, I didn't see it. We could try to get her up on the med lab bay though, if you want. Like, she's not gonna care about that other med lab being dirty.
Why don't you and the rest of Cronus' crew grab Ava, bring her to the Psi lab, and see if you can fix her?
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. We can grab Ava and throw it up on the table, see if we can get that hunk of junk moving. So,
Please.
all right. So,
When she's fixed, radio us. Let us know.
all right. So you kind of watch as Reed, Flynn, and Johns just kind of take off, and they start getting into it. All three of you start hopping in and getting
actually-
involved.
Yeah, I'll actually keep watch most of the time.
Okay,
make
so
sure
you're not gonna go into this shaft itself, right?
I might go in and out, just because from time to time I want to go in and look up to see if there isn't anything like through the blades that I might notice.
Yeah, you might get into it. But as you continue to kind of flip on the motion sensor, so you want to like aim it up as well too, right?
Yeah.
Is
Right,
it
make it a-
directional? Like it just goes in front of you like that? You really have
Yeah,
to move it up?
it's very much like the motion detector is very much like I don't know, is it a 360 degree thing? Let me see. I think it actually maybe constitutes multiple ranges. Let me see.
Just curious.
Motion detector. I never truly actually understood that piece of technology. Motion detector.
I mean, it's sci-fi magic.
Sci-fi magic. Motion trackers, 86.
Like 1986, pretty much. Not when it was produced.
86. Yeah, motion trackers. Once per turn, and each time you use, you must make a power supply will automatically detect the presence of any large moving object within long range up to 4 zones indoors and extreme range outdoors. Let you know what zone they're in. We recommend that you mark the ping of movement and place a token of some sort on the map. Yep. Okay, great. So you hold on to it and you basically you just set it up. So you don't even need to really do it. You can basically sit there with the motion tracker if you want to.
Okay.
And it will detect anything up to 4 zones away is what it will do. So, a little bit of time goes by without a whole lot of issue. Did you make your power roll for it?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah. Right. So you sit there, but then, especially this is going to be a situation where if you want to keep the motion tracker on every single round for them doing it, for an entire shift, which could be 2 hours at this point of working on this thing back and forth. So I'll basically let you know if anything comes up while you two work on this thing. All right. That's kind of the best way to do it. But if you want to keep it on the entire time, I'm going to basically have you make a bunch of battery rolls for it.
How about, so this is going to take half a shift to clear, right? Like 2 hours?
We're going to say that since both of them are working on it. Yeah.
So why not say, just for drama's sake, the motion tracker stops after a half hour?
Yeah, if you're keeping it on the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm bound to fail at some point, so.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. but I think at this point, you might. It would be half an hour. It could be an hour. Let me make my own roll for it.
Sure.
So.
I mean, with the luck you've had today.
Seriously.
It had to open your mouth, didn't you?
Yeah. No, it's the one time I get a good old success, determining how long it's going to take. So, I mean, you basically sit down with this thing and you hold on to it. And about an hour goes by. No problem. All right. That's what that success was for every hour.
Okay.
That could be into it. So there's at least it's fine for this hour is what I was trying to get to it. About an hour goes by and it's very uneventful. You are continuing to kind of work on this thing. Oops. Cham and Wilson, as you kind of get into it, and as you're kind of walking through and poking into it and getting into it, suddenly, Cham, you kind of feel, or more than anything, you see an alert that's coming up on your Eva suit, and you kind of pop it up and you see, warning, incoming current, insulated electrolysis currently in process. And out of seconds later, you feel a large jolt of current just like run right through your body and just hit you with the force of like a mule just kicking you. And whatever part of the ship that you were holding onto on the side, you just kind of feel as this whack just throws you, like sends you a few feet back and splashes you right into the water, like immersing your Eva suit completely inside of the water. So in this circumstance, you're going to take 2 damage.
Hey, good thing you're not Davis.
Right?
For me.
Oh no, Wilson, you have shit health?
Yes, I do. I die easy.
So, Cham, did you get that?
Yep. Yeah, I've got that marked down. So I'm
okay. So Wilson, you kind of watch as Cham just gets thrown from one side of this dripping air scrubber shaft and just is thrown and immersed deeply, like completely covered. Now that they're lying prone, completely covered in the black water.
I'm gonna rush to Cham, see if I can pick him up and drag him out of the water.
Okay.
Did I see what happened to him?
No, you just kind of watch him get thrown into the other side of the air scrubber shaft and then just fall down.
In that case, as I'm dragging him, I'm going to say, it's in here, and I'm going to drag him out of the water and see if I can drag myself out as well.
Turn around with the shotgun and just fire where Cham was a few seconds ago.
Shoot it. Make a shot. Make a shot.
I mean, I trust Miller's
judgment
on that. I get 1 success.
All right.
And I freak out.
And you freak out. So you don't get a success. You instead just freak out.
Yeah.
Make an ammo roll and make a panic roll.
All right. Ammo roll first.
I literally can, like, all of you are your own worst enemy at this point.
Mm-hmm. I get an 8 for panic roll.
For panic roll?
Yeah.
Okay. So an 8 will, I think that freezes you again, but let me check. Panic roll 104. 8. Oh, so all right. So what really happens is hearing Cham, scream out, it's in here, it's in here. You feel as your hands start to tremble as you kind of are looking at it, and you fire the shotgun. All of your agility rolls up until someone calms you down at this point are going to be at -2. As you kind of feel your hands just start to shake as you're motioning the thing, and you pop it, and you basically hear a psss as you see a large gout of just steam from the air scrubber area. It's just psss as you kind of hear as well as see, and on top of this cacophony of noise as you've been dealing with it, as the air is just getting everywhere out at the moment. And that's where Miller, make an observation roll.
Oh crap! Fuck.
Nice. Now I'm assuming Cham is conscious. He was just
conscious, shocked, and you can kind of feel, Cham, you can kind of feel your body trembling a little bit from the electrical impact. Okay, Miller, that's beside the sound of the hissing steam and the twirling blades. You can very distinctly hear the sound of the ding, 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 as you look and see that 4 zones away from you at the moment, right above in deck A, right above you. Let's see, where can I get this down? Can I draw a shape? Oops. Sorry, I'm still a little new to draw a shape. There we go. A little new to Roll20. There it is. Ah. Bing, bing. As there's motion now in the air scrubber shaft. Bing. All the way at the top of deck A. Bing. Bing.
It's in the room.
Shit, I was right.
No. It was electric current hit me. Fucking
No. It's in here, and I look up, shaking.
Bing. And you can actually see as the motion tracker. Everybody make air rolls. This is now round. We're now kind of going to do this round by round again.
I lose air.
You lose air, and it looks like Cham loses air.
He's out of air, so
Cham, your suit is now, you basically see all of your Eva's just alerts are just going off. It's just like, it's a small, just like, warning, oxygen depleting, find containment immediately, warning, 2 minutes, or I'm sorry, 30 seconds of oxygen left.
and he'll just disengage the helmet.
Are you going to lift up out of the water first?
Yeah, I'm gonna get myself. Well,
I pulled him
Wilson
out.
pulled me out, so
All right, you pull, yeah. So you pull him out kind of where Miller is. And as you're looking up, Miller, as you're looking up, you can see, and just as well as the motion tracker, you can see whatever's coming down that air scrubber shaft is doing it fast. It's coming real fast. As you just see, bing, 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 and it goes down into B deck, and you see as a shapeless black form just skyrockets down at like just falling velocity, and it just makes a huge splash right in front of you, and you can see as like the knee-high water just erupts in a just like makes a small like someone dropped a cannonball into the water. And you all kind of freak out as, you know, Cham, your air is starting to walk out, and oh yeah, okay. Then Wilson, you feel as like your suit's now freaking out again as well too, as you hear a similar alert that Cham hit. It's like, warning, electrolysis detected, electrical current inbound, and you feel as a huge just jolt of electricity just hit your body again as you're climbing out of this water, and you're going to take a wound.
That's the first wound that Wilson's got so far.
Yeah,
right?
Wilson hasn't taken anything into the storage. But you kind of feel as your body convulses and shakes as you're attempting to still pull Cham out, who has now popped his helmet off at this point and has thrown it down onto the ground. What do you want to do?
I want to keep pulling him out and get myself out of the water.
Okay. All right.
I'm
Did-
going to disregard whatever fell down there. I will need to get out of the shaft first.
Great. Miller.
Did that thing hit the? Did the electrical current hit that thing in any capacity? Like,
You have no idea. I mean, at this point, you don't even know that there's electrical current flowing through anything at this
No,
stage.
that's true.
'Cause- yeah.
because I wasn't in it. I'll wait for Wilson and Cham to come out, and I'll just
Keep
get
your eye
ready.
on the prize.
Yeah, eye on the prize, and I'll keep ready to close the door to the shaft.
Okay.
I figure there was a door to get into the air scrubber shaft because it needs to be like
Yeah.
contained.
The maintenance.
Yeah.
We're gonna say for fun, it's one of those like reticulating, like in the first movie,
Mhm.
where it's just like, and it kind of like closes in on itself like a radial.
So I'll wait. I'll wait with my fist like up against the button to close it. As
Okay.
the two of them get out, and I'll punch it to close the door.
Okay, cool. So, Cham, Wilson, as you are pulling each other out, and you kind of Cham, what are you doing, by the way? I'm sorry, I asked everyone except for you.
Sure. No, I'm just getting that helmet off so I can start unfortunately breathing. Yeah, just trying to catch that breath. And
So Cham, make an observation roll.
all right, let's see.
Since it's the first time your suit's been taken off, you don't have the it's -2 observation though, -2 dice in here to see anything.
Okay, so this is
Mel's going to hit you first, man.
So yeah, I don't see anything at the moment.
So you throw it down, but you watch as something just bubbles up to the surface, just lifts itself up right out.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna be just oblivious and trying to just get himself together after getting zapped and trying to get in air breathing again.
All right, so you all climb up. You basically hop yourself up. You get up this small service ladder and you throw yourself up onto it. You get to where Miller is. The maintenance door for all of these, they're one person wide. It's not like you can all roll through the door at the same time. Like you've got to crawl through this thing.
Okay.
Go
in
go
that
first.
case,
Go.
I was pulling him to. I wanted him to go out first because I thought he was unconscious. So my first guess would be to try to shovel him through the port.
Yeah, Cham's gonna try and climb out first.
All right, so Cham, you roll through. You kind of get past the radial dial, and you find yourself rolling into C-Deck's, into its maintenance shaft, and you just kind of like roll over onto the and just kind of as you look up, and you can feel the stale kind of just. It's like. Yeah, it's just it does not have the fresh oxygenated air that your tank is, and you can kind of more than anything you can just taste the thick, musky, wet air as it's taking deep, long breaths. All right, what else is happening?
I'll go last. I'll wait for Wilson and Cham to get away from here to have time to get through. And then I'll keep the rear. Right. I'll try as much as possible to go backwards and keep my eyes onto the door.
Miller, make an observation roll.
Uh-oh. No penalties?
-2 because it's still in the shaft.
Okay. Oops, that's 2s6. I get no successes, but for my stress, I get nothing.
Nothing. Okay. So you're looking at this. You're just waiting for this thing just to pounce right out from the bottom of it. But you're surprised when nothing happens. And you finally get Cham and Wilson out of the door. And you are the last one there with your hand on the door, just ready to go.
I close it.
Right.
And
You close it.
Can I take a look? Like, peek and see.
Wilson, you can make an observation roll too. Everyone gets one unless they want to push it. -2.
I'm going to push it. I'm actually going to push it.
Are you going to push it?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Double
think he just rolled.
success.
I think he just rolled it, so it's okay. Nice. I appreciate you wanting to keep trying to get it going, Miller. But I think Wilson did it. So Wilson, as you're kind of like about to head out the door, you turn around because at this point you've been waiting for claws on your back, ready to pull this thing down onto you. And as you're about to climb out through the radial door, you look behind you and you realize that the thing floating in the water is one of your suits.
In that case, I will not exit. I will turn around, wait over it, grab it, and try to lift it to see who's on the inside.
Okay, so you pick it and you grab it and you pull it up. And as you're flipping it over, you notice that there is a dinner-sized plate hole in the suit right where the chest is. And you can kind of see as there's still blood and tissue and matter pouring out from it. And you look into the streaks of red blood inside of the faceplate and you see what is left of Rai's head inside of this suit, and you can see that it looks like part of her skull has caved in.
How's the helmet? Has the helmet been damaged?
No.
I will. As I see all that, I'm just gonna truck it.
So you
Like,
watch,
nope.
you'll see it fling down as it lands into the murky black water and continues to blip into it from wherever it is.
Without saying a word and just being extremely panicked, I'm gonna try to claw my way out of the hairlock. I want to get out of the shaft.
Okay, yeah. So take an additional stress level.
Yes.
All right, Wilson, you climb up. You just basically at this point now you've double timed it. You've grabbed it and you've leveled up to it. You were still in the water for another round, so let me roll this. Oh, okay. There you go. And then you kind of roll yourself up and you roll over and you get past Miller and you roll in to see Cham, who's also there with his helmet off, just gasping and breathing. What do you want to do?
Wilson,
What's happening?
Wilson, what's going on? What the fuck? What did you see?
What the hell are you doing?
It was Rai.
What?
What do you mean it was Rai?
What was Rai?
In the suit. I saw Rai's face, but it was all crumpled.
What
And there was
suit?
Wait, is Rai a monster?
no. Well, I didn't wait to find out. There was a hole in her stomach. And her face was just, like I said, just paper mache, and I had to get out of there.
Is the door shut at this point?
Miller, is the door shut?
Oh yes, yes it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
At that point, Cham's gonna try and go for the control. She's gonna try and open the door.
Open the door. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go back in and hit the airlock to open it again. And okay, that's fine.
Cham,
I
Miller,
would like to try to prevent that from happening.
All right. Let's make
Grab
it
the leg or something.
Yeah, Miller, let's do a contested strength to stop freaking Cham from going back in there.
Oh, and my stress as well, if I recall. Right?
Yeah, stress always for every check. You're
Nope.
always rolling stress.
I always forget that. I apologize. 2, 6. Okay, so nothing else on the stress, but I did get a success.
I did get a success, but 2 failures.
Yeah, so you got a failure on the stress dice, right?
Yes.
That's an auto fail.
Oh, okay. I get
So you need to roll your panic.
3d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to stress again?
What's that?
It's just
3d6.
Just 3d6. Yep,
my
3d6 for panic. Yeah.
13. Oh, this is going to be good.
This is why they have the panic chart on the GM screen, because you're referencing it so much. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wilson, you get up and you kind of see as Cham, who is not contested at this point because you auto failed, you go to grab him, but you see Cham getting up to open that door, and from what you saw, you do not want to stop him, and you do not want to be here when he opens that door. So you run, Wilson. You fucking run. Okay? So I'll let you kind of think about it for just a second. Are we going to go 1 or 2? Are we going rolling 1 or rolling 2?
1 or 2 what?
Just pick a number between 1 and 2. Go
2.
right now. All
2.
right. So
I'll pick 2.
You go 2. So you run to the bottom of the ship. You just start going as fast as you possibly can. And you just begin running across this catwalk and heading down towards the balcony. You're going to get at least 1, 2, 3 zones away as you're heading for the C2 junction back towards the back of the ship. All right. Cham, you hear Wilson just take off as you're now with Miller, attempting. By the way, everyone. This is one thing it says. Everyone else has to make a panic roll. That's in the area as well too.
Wow.
Oh, but here, some good news, Wilson. Your panic goes down. Your stress level goes down by 1.
How?
Because you fled. Because you ran away.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, so anytime you roll a 1 on a panic, is that an automatic?
No. This is just a panic roll. I'm rolling everyone else on their chart now.
Oh, okay.
Too.
Okay.
I think you're panicking right
7.
now.
10.
Yeah, everyone's panicking, and
You're
you're 7 and 10.
You're panicking.
Okay. So as Wilson begins to run, Cham, you sit up. You feel like watching your friend, your fellow roughneck Rye. It just emotionally is bearing into your head. You literally remember leaving them there. I mean, this has been dangerous, and you've gone on missions before, but you've been babysitting truckers for years, and now this fucking corporate agent just told you that Rye's head was caved in like a paper mache. It's too much for you. I mean, you're already starting to doing it anyway, but you need to see this for yourself. You need to know that Rye's dead, because it's not enough just to take his word for it. And you can feel your body just start to twitch. This nervous twitch just continues to hit you, and it's just so hard to even think about it. Your stress is going to go up 1. And guess what? For a leader, you're freezing quite a bit, Miller. You don't even try to stop Cham as the shock of Rye's death just hits you so hard in the face. And even though you just hit this door to stop it from going open, Cham literally runs right by you and crawls through this radial maintenance tube, and you're still processing everything that's happening right now, and you just stay there. You just fucking stare into nothing as you continue to breathe whatever canned air you have left inside of your body. Right, Cham? What's up?
Yeah, Cham's gonna just slam open the panel and peer in there and see if there's a body floating at the top of the water.
There is a body floating at the top of the water.
He jumps back into the water and confirms that it's Rye.
Okay. Okay. Cham, you hop into the water, you grab a hold of Rye's body, and you lift it up. And just what I told Wilson is the same thing. At this point, though, since the body's been flipped down and there's been so much impact, you can see that most of the blood has been drained from it, and a lot of the black, murky water that you're in as well, too, is now stained with red just as much as it is stained with black ichor, just goo. And the caved in head of Rye, the thin kind of pulled back haircut that used to flip over their eye in such a way, and that you can see still one perfectly brown eye staring lifelessly out from its plate, as the other one just seems to have been caved in from nothing. And it's that's when your body's Eva suit, now having a bunch of water, since you've taken your helmet off, jumping in there, a bunch of water is now filling into your suit as well, too, as now the seal has been broken. And what was protected previously from your Eva suit, you can feel the tingle of a hot coursing electricity, as whatever this water is so charged with now no one draining out all of the electrolysis process in here. Now the power being back on, you're sitting on the power panel at this stage, and it's the first and last thing that you remember before another strike of electricity hits your body and takes you for another 2 damage.
You still standing there, Cam?
You're muted.
Shaman's still standing, just not looking so good.
Oh yeah, I see. So I mean, that's what you got right now. What do you want to do?
If he can, he's gonna try and pull himself, trying to get himself back out after seeing that.
Yeah. No, it's you're pulling yourself out, and you can feel your body's wanting to shut down. Like it's just like someone just took a defibrillator and then just shoved it into your suit and then just put it on full charge and hit you. You can feel your knees starting to weaken from the electrical current that's just coursing through your body, wanting to shut down your heart, wanting to shut down your vital organs as you're grasping a hold of the I almost knocked down my banner. Grasping a hold of the ladder and just pulling yourself up with every fiber of muscle that you possibly can. Is it freeze? You just So to be fair, Miller, you're still in place. You still got an action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cham, can I go in and reach for Cham and help pull him up?
Yes. Make a strength roll. If you make this strength roll, I will not roll another electrical current hit against it. If you fail it, I will roll one more electrical current roll against him.
Well, that's 1 success. And stress, that's 2 successes.
All right. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Collar.
You grab Cham and you just, with every strength, you just lift them up. You've kicked out of that frozen state, and you just hear as the water pouring out of Cham's suit just continues to trickle down as you roll them out, and you get them out of the electrified water, and you pull yourself into the catwalk, into the maintenance area right adjacent to the catwalk.
Fucking Cham, I told you not to go back in.
She's fucking dead. Bry's fucking dead. Dead.
I know. All right? But I'm not gonna lose another member of my crew. That was reckless and stupid.
Captain, what would you have me fucking do?
Not go back in. That
We're gonna keep-
thing was in there earlier.
Yeah, that thing just put a fucking hole in Rye.
Yeah.
Two.
Shit.
Okay.
The fuck did Wilson run off to?
I don't fucking... Oh, God, Wilson. I'll
Wilson. Wilson. So with flee, it says... every friendly character and refuse to leave it. You won't attack anyone and you won't attempt anything dangerous. You're not allowed to retreat. So at this stage, it's immediate. Yeah, you need to basically rest for a full, like you need to basically find somewhere to hide, and you need at least several rounds of hiding before this flight response goes away. Where do you want to hide, Wilson?
There's a cozy reactor core over there.
Cozy reactor core. All right.
It's warm.
So you run for all your efforts to get into the reactor core relay, knowing that the monster could... I mean, you killed one here already. There couldn't be another one in there, right? That would be stupid.
I know. Plus, there's like nuclear power right next to me.
Right. Make an air check. Make an air roll for you, buddy. Wilson. Wow, look at that. Keeping it going.
I got the good suit.
And then yeah, how about Miller? I think it's maybe time for Miller to do another air check as well too.
I think Miller is getting by.
Yes, getting by. Okay.
Half breath only.
So Miller, Cham, what do you want to do?
We have to get rid of that creature. We have to get rid of all the creatures aboard. Even if it means... Oh, fuck. We have to make sure the ship is secure, where I am not going to end up a meal for whatever the shit that is.
I mean, Captain, you know, I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Really? Really, Cham? Because not going back into the fucking pool was something I wanted you to do.
Well, you didn't say anything, Captain.
That's because I
didn't
rolled
believe it.
shit on my stress roll.
And I'm not going to believe some chicken shit company man either. I had to see it for myself.
Why would Wilson lie on that? He could lie on anything else, but why would he lie on Rye?
I don't know. I had to fucking see it.
Well, you saw her.
Yeah.
That makes you feel better?
No, it doesn't make me feel any better. In fact, I feel a lot fucking worse.
Then next
Let's just
time,
get the
just don't look.
fuck off this ship.
Can we turn on the air scrubber?
I don't know.
I think at this stage, I mean, you've put a lot of work into it. You've tried to turn it back on, and I mean, you've only did about half the work onto it. It was an hour into your 2-hour man shift, so I'd say reasonably half the scrubbers are fixed.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
Right.
I mean,
Also,
Is there
get
anybody
out
on the-
of your suit. You're just dripping water everywhere. I don't think your suit's any good for you.
yeah. That's a good idea.
Wilson? Wilson, where are you? Wilson.
I would assume that communicating is maybe out of question at the moment.
That is up to you, sir.
All you hear is labored breathing.
Wilson's alive. Wilson, where are you? Wilson.
Core.
All right. Cham, we're going to get Wilson by the core, and then we're getting up to the Scilab.
I the core.
Yeah. Let's go. Let me get out of the suit and we can go.
All right. I'll hand him over the motion tracker.
Okay. So, Cham, you have the motion tracker now as you pick it up, and you make another power roll for it.
All right.
There's
think
only
I
1d6
Yeah, I
left.
don't have the 1d6, so
Do I still have any equipment from the previous ship?
no success, but no failure.
I'm not quite sure what you took, Wilson. I think maybe you took the bolt thrower, the bolt gun, but I think that's it at this
That's
stage.
fine. Just want to know if I had anything.
Yeah. So so Cham, as you pick it up, you start to see that there is, as you're starting to walk across, okay, you're 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, you don't see anything. You see nothing yet. So, but you know, as you hold on, let me just look here real quick. I'm still used to figuring out how this map works as well, too. So in this game, they have a really cool thing called stealth mode. And the idea being that if the game is ever in stealth mode, you're basically using the map to track zones the same way that you would if you were in a combat encounter. And the reason I'm telling you this is mostly for exploratory, like just letting you know it's not to deliver exposition or anything, but it's just, I think, another really fun element and mechanic of the game. And this is one of these reasons why, beyond just saying, "Oh, where am I going?" but like these maps actually have stuff happening. So, there's a lot more, and I have a different set of maps to look at than you have a different set of maps to look at. So,
that's
yeah.
very interesting.
So I guess as the DM, you also have like the creature's movement on it.
Potentially, if there is a creature, then you have the option to be able to track their movement if you want to, and that's just part of the version of the game that kind of allows things to do what it is. But it's not always saying, it's not like, it's just like anything else. It's not like one of those things you have to say, "Oh, it's recommended," or anything like that. So anyway, yeah. All right. So you guys continue to walk down through the catwalk, and you basically get down to the part where you're starting to walk over both the open decks, and as you continue to kind of climb over the catwalk, go through it, you start to pick up something on the motion tracker. So it's light, and it's at the very, very, very edge of the distance between it. But as you're beginning to walk over the catwalk, you can see that a bling, bing, bing, bing is at its very distance ahead of you, straight in front of you, right in an area where Wilson is at the moment.
I think that's him.
And at that point, you get closer, you do realize that ping where the reactor is absolutely Wilson, because it hasn't really moved much. It's kind of just nervously pacing around. But then about 2 zones away, you see another faster moving motion, just bing, 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 bing. And it seems to be moving now through the maintenance shaft on the other side of the junction where you are at the moment. You can see it just kind of bing, bing. So over here, yeah, let me see if I can ping it. It's in this. Actually, this would be the joys of actually using this appropriately. You can see it's beginning to just crawl through this maintenance shaft at the moment, whatever the motion is, and it's going quick.
Wilson?
Which way is it head? Is it heading towards Wilson?
And it's heading towards Wilson.
Wilson, you're gonna get company. Come out of there.
Okay. I kicked down the door from the relay control.
So, Miller, you need to get him out of his panic at the moment, which means you need to try to use a command roll to get Wilson out of his fight or flight response at this moment. So make a command roll.
Wilson, listen to my voice. You have to get out of there. It's coming for you. Wilson. Okay, I got 1 success. And now am I going to panic? Wilson. Wilson, you're gonna die! Fuck Wilson! You're dead, man. Game over!
Alright, roll your panic roll. Roll your panic roll.
10. I think I freeze again.
You freeze again!
Wilson just...
Fuck! Alright, Wilson, it's coming towards you. And Wilson, at this point, you start to, are you going to start coming out towards that area? Are you, you're hearing Miller scream into this thing at the moment?
But he didn't kick out of my fight or flight.
Yeah, it does not kick you out of your fight or flight. His command roll did not shake your panic. So Wilson, what happens is at this stage, you're kind of in the reactor relay room. You're hearing him, but you've crawled through this maintenance tunnel. There's only one. Your back's against the wall. The reactor's in the other room, and there's only one way out, and it's right in front of you, and it's right where that creature is. It's in front.
Anything in here that I can use to fight it? A shovel?
Let's do it. Make an observation roll. Make an observation roll.
Because if flight doesn't work, fight's gonna work, right?
Okay.
Nope.
And
All right.
I start crying.
Yeah, you seek cover. That's what it is. 11 is seeking cover. So rather than try to find
Oh, hold on.
something.
That's my stress.
Oh, that's your stress. Okay,
My
my
stress,
bad.
not my panic. You want me to panic? I can panic.
Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Hey, fam.
Uh,
I've been really mean to you. I've been so bad to you at this point.
Uh-oh.
oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm going to admit that I totally fucked up here at the moment. The resolution of the panic roll is adding your stress level plus a d6. It's not every
Oh.
single D roll. I've been like just
We've
hurting
been
you.
playing on hard mode.
You've been playing on super hard mode. So it may have not been the same amount, but it's whatever your stress level is plus a d6.
Oh, we can do
Okay.
that from now on.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So starting with this, because the panic rolls are still correct, but what has been happening is different. So
I'm panicking right now. On
Just-
top of being fight or flight, I'm just.
So
double
what you're doing right now is you're going to take a d6, you're going to roll a d6 and add 3 because your stress level is 3.
So it's an 8.
An 8. All right. An 8 just means you just start to tremble. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 until your panic stops. So at this stage, Milson, you're just starting to tremble as you're looking for anything around that you could possibly find to defend yourself against this creature.
The door's
So,
closed, right?
Is the door closed? Is there a door there? Let me see. Is there a door there? Oh my God, there's a door there. Okay. So you slam the door shut and you just kind of, your hands are trembling as you kind of wait as this thing is right here, as you've emergency controlled this thing. And at that moment, you hear, just moments after the door just shuts in front of you, hear a and the pounding of just flesh and against steel is just boom, 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 as this thing is just tearing itself against your door.
I think over the comms, all you're gonna hear is just like a chuckle at first. That's just gonna grow into a laughter. But I'm still in fetal position, as far away from the door and as hidden in a nook in or a cranny somewhere, just laughing my ass.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, you hear the screeching and you hear the pounding and the scratching as something is desperately trying to get itself inside of you. But it can't get in right now. It's trying, but it can't seem to make its way. So, Cham, Miller, what are you doing?
So
Snapping out of my frozen state, I'll look to Cham and I'll say, you know, dead in your eyes, I'm not losing anybody else, even if it's a company man.
and I'll check the motion tracker, just taking a look. So I'm assuming I'm seeing 2 dots ahead. One
Yeah,
more
you're seeing
together.
several dots ahead, so you can see motion. You can still absolutely see motion right out of the reactor door, and you can see Wilson's huddling form in the reactor relay where it's still being ping, 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 and you can clearly see something is outside of its door.
He's in the reactor, and it's trying to get in there.
Yeah. All right. I'm going.
Okay. Let me grab something real quick, and you're gonna crawl in there into the maintenance shaft.
Crawl until I can see the creature.
All right. Let me.
And as I'm crawling, I'm going to
that's right.
say, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come here."
All right, cool. As you continue to crawl through, you are looking and you can hear the screeching and the yelling of something attempting to bang its just fists against it as hard as it possibly can. Where are you? Where are you?
Don't know. Kind of want to.
Oh, here we go. I want to accurately say what this thing is. 292.
Yeah, is there artwork of that creature?
Yes, there is.
Ooh.
Which I don't know if I can pull up. I may have to pull it up on my camera.
Mm.
So, but what I can tell you is, yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. Okay, that's the burster, and then here's this. Okay, great. Adult. Okay.
Huh.
I know. The words
Yeah.
that he's saying, I don't like. Really don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So as you kind of come around the corner, you hear this hissing and this just wild banging of something that's on the other side. And as you continue to look across, you see this long kind of humanoid creature that just is standing with a long elongated form, and it's pink, and it has this glistening kind of like bright skin as this bulbous head is pulled behind it, and you kind of see as these long elongated arms in this chest. It's kind of like what you saw when you saw the humans with the that looked like they were mutated and they had elongated arms with these bulbous heads. But this thing is even wider. It's even more elongated and more cylindrical as it's pulling itself back, and you can kind of see these vaguely human features, but its eyes have been just glossed over, and its exposed teeth are just open and chattering, and it opens its mouth and it's just clawing and scratching. And as soon as you turn around the corner to look at it, it looks at you and it attacks. Oop. And it leaps and grabs at you and attempts to drag you away. Here we go. You can use your armor.
What armor?
Yeah. Oh, but you got your Eva suit, so.
Oh.
Victim falls. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. Here we go. It's going to run and leap at you with. Holy shit. Okay.
So long, Cham. You're the captain now.
That's not how this works.
Oops. All right. A lot of failures, though. Jeez.
Still.
So in this case, do successes oversee failures?
No, that's not how it works.
Okay.
And with enemies, it's definitely not how it is. They mostly just deal with it as part of theirs. So they basically run towards you, and they grab your leg, and they lift your Ava suit up by its single, and with amazing strength, because this thing is heavy and it's being supported by an exoskeleton. It grabs your leg, Miller, and it just lifts you up and flings you up to the top of the thing where you take one damage as your body slams against the side of it, and then it picks up your body and it throws you to the very end of where the zone is, to the maintenance shaft. So it basically throws you all the way down the hall, and so it slams you up against the side of this area right here.
Ow.
As it screams again, and just darts off in the other direction towards here, and it basically runs out, and you watch as it kind of climbs up the wall and then just disappears out of sight.
Wilson?
I think at this point, if I didn't stop laughing, I think at this point I'm sobbing again.
You can come out now. It's safe. It's gone.
Can
We're
I?
going back up. We're gonna lock ourselves somewhere. Figure out a plan.
I'm coming. I'm going to open up the door and poke my head out. and start walking toward where they are. Very carefully.
Jam.
Jam's gonna check on Miller.
So Wilson, you kind of come out and look to the left and to the right. You can see the scratch marks of where the thing climbed up the walls of the maintenance shaft and disappeared out of sight. And you can see Cham still, now just in the Montero's flight suit, just huddled over Miller's Ava suit at this stage, attempting to try to lift him up with whatever energy he still has. Let's have you
Rush
both
over there. and see
you
if I can
rush. Yeah, so you all pick Miller up. Miller, Wilson, make more air rolls.
Yes. Nothing.
Great.
help. Oof.
Oh God.
Oh man. All right,
Bye bye
So-
air.
Wilson, you've got one left. One left.
My good suit is suddenly bad.
Yeah.
Betrayed by
pretty-
Will and Yutani Corp.
And if it's okay with everyone, now that the tension is gone a bit, we'd go on break for a few minutes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
All right, let me grab some water.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, everyone. Stick around for our inevitable doom.
Don't say it like that.
We're back, everyone. Back from break, ready to be dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Can't use my joke on stream now.
Nope. But yeah, for those just joining in, we encountered an alien creature in a game called Aliens RPG, and it flung me to the end of a corridor. It's spooky. We're all stressing out. We're all panicking. Most of our suits are very low on air. All of our characters are very high on stress. And I think we were heading back up to the Scilab. Or at least that's what Miller is going to tell everyone. Might as well go get Flynn, Johns, and Reed, the Scilab.
Okay. Yeah. So you're basically fleeing back into the Scilab at this stage in order to just get back to Flynn and Rye and Reed and Johns as well too at this stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, here, let me read one last little bit here real quick because there's a lot of things happening. So, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. As you kind of get back into I'm unstable again. So as you kind of get back into the main area and start heading back into the Scilab, you're making you're doubling your speed, getting back up, staying together, looking over your shoulders constantly to make sure that nothing is going to get in your pathway. Whoops. And you send back, two back, and you run into the Scilab, and you run in to see a very shocked, shocking scene. So you kind of run in, and you see Ava is currently standing, completely operable, standing up, and they are holding Flynn by the throat, lifting them up at least 2 feet into the air as two other people, Reed and Johns, are just wailing on Ava with every force they can. They are kicking, they're punching, screaming, they're using their nails. They're doing whatever they can to kind of assault Ava as it's doing what it can to acutely dodge and move itself out of the way. But it's still holding Flynn up in the air while it's kicking and holding onto its hand. And it turns its head to you and goes, who are you?
Captain Miller from the USCSS Montanaro.
I recommend that you stay back.
What is happening here?
You kind of, the question is for a moment ignored as you watch as Reed, who has picked up a chair at this stage and has taken it and has wailed it onto the back of Ava, and Ava just takes the hit with a giant whack and kind of pulls its back and looks back, and it backhands Reed as it flies across into the other side of the Scilab, just crashing up against it. Reed barely even registers the hit and kind of gets back up and starts running full tint. You can see, well, make an observation roll, Miller.
Any penalties?
Nope, you're in a well-lit space now.
No successes from that.
No successes.
2 successes from stress, though.
Okay, so you're in an amped up state at this point, and you know that not everything may be as it appears. And you're looking at Reed, and you're seeing that his skin is pallor and it's white, and he seems to just have these rash marks that are spread all over patches of what's exposed flesh is into it. And Ava takes a step back to basically absorb the hit, but hasn't put Flynn down yet at this stage and seems to be turning around, ready to absorb a brace. And I've heard you, Captain Miller, but unfortunately, I have other processes at the moment in which to deal with. I would recommend that you stay back.
You were to defend this ship. What are you doing to Flynn?
You, the question is answered by a bull tackle from Reed at the moment, who makes some kind of attack against Ava. Ava just basically twists their body and lets the momentum of Reed just roll right off of him as she turns her head and goes, "Currently, the remaining crew of the Cronus seems to be in an agitated state of aggression."
Observing Flynn, do we notice that power, that rash, those, I guess the discoloration that's going on?
Yeah, make an observation roll.
All right, and then that's
Don't mind.
bits as well. So let me roll. Oops. Okay, nothing there, and let's roll for the stress.
Well, at least we know it's just 1d6 plus 2 at this stage.
Yes, so let's roll.
Well, didn't you go up another one though after seeing
you know what I
Davis?
did. So let me roll that extra 1d6.
Well, it's not gonna change much anyway.
It's all
Yeah, I
it's
guess
all
that's right.
failed anyway.
So we'll do d6 and
3.
So 5.
So 5 total.
Yes.
104. I've memorized the page number now. 5. Oh, you got 5?
Yes, I did get a 5. So
You're cool. You're keeping it together.
okay.
Everything's fine.
So I'm
So
just
you're kind
not
of
gonna-
watching. Yeah.
I got 2
Just
successes on my
observing.
observation, by the way.
You got two successes on your observation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, Wilson, you do see a similar. They seem to all be sharing similar symptoms at this stage. And actually, as you're looking and trying to get a little closer, you see John's the captain with his black hair and his kind of mixed beard at the moment, who has been just kind of punching and kicking Ava at this stage, turns and sees you after seeing a little bit of movement and turns around and starts rushing straight to you, full tilt, full speed to collapse right into you. Let's see. 3d6. All right. So I mean, he misses, but he basically rushes towards you. And how do you want to subvert the attack?
Whom? Me or?
Wilson, yes.
Okay, so he's rushing toward me. Are we in the room? We're in the room with them?
Yeah, I mean, you've all basically been in the entrance. You're in the entrance of the Psi Lab. So however you want to lay yourself down, I would say like it was here, fending all the way over there, all the way over here. And then, this is where the main door is. So this is the terminal, and that's what you get to deal with.
Okay. In that case, he's rushing. He misses. I'd like to simply sidestep and push him as he passed by to give him more momentum toward like the wall.
Throw him into this wall.
Yes.
Yeah, so you throw him over into this wall, basically. Just crash him against the other side of the Psi Lab on the opposite side of the floor, on the opposite side of the room from where Ava is.
Snap out of it. We're on the same side here.
You kind of see as he turns up, he's got, Flynn at this point has foam dripping down his mouth, and he's just, he's grabbing Ava as he's trying to bite it. And just, Ava at this point, seeing that, he's attempting to pull her synthetic flesh off of her exoskeleton, kind of takes him, and she finally throws him off and attempts to get him away from them. Yeah, and slams him against the wall. You can kind of hear as his body just makes a sickening thunk as he just impacts the wall as hard as he possibly can. Right. Yeah, we're in initiative here now
Yeah.
at this point, by the way. So normally what would happen in a similar situation like this, I'd actually draw initiative cards for every person. So they would actually like have a deck of cards that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just like that. And I would like shuffle them and then deal them out to each player. But in this circumstance, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have everybody roll a d10. And then if we have any doubles, then we're just going to either re-roll or reassign.
Well then.
1, 2, 3. That's fairly basic.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, well then let's see how Eva does. And then let's see how the creatures do. Okay, well that's it. And the one thing I do need to remind myself is if it goes from 10 to 1 or 1 to 10. Initiative 87. Number 1 acts first, so you get to go first, Miller.
Flynn rushed at Ava. Who was it again that rushed at Wilson?
So Flynn is being held aloft by Ava at this
Flynn's
moment.
being held.
Johns ran towards Wilson and attempted to bull rush him, and Reed is still, the medic is still thrown against this back of the wall in the Scilab.
Fuck it. I'll take the butt of the shotgun and aim for the back of John's head and try to knock him unconscious with it.
Okay, go for it. Take a melee attack at this point.
So
and let's just add 1 dice since you're using the butt of the rifle and not your fists.
That would be just strength because I don't have anything else for close combat.
Right.
And for stress, Uh-oh, I fail and I panic.
Oh, you failed and you panic? Okay.
Yep.
So roll 1d6, add 3.
5.
Yep. So you keep your cool. It's a huge difference between 3d6 and 1d6 plus 3.
Yes.
Which just makes it so you can add more stress level more accurately. But no, you're keeping your shit together, Miller. You're holding into it, and you're attempting to. You basically take your butt rifle, and you kind of hesitate for a moment, ready to hit Johns because he's holding his hands up in a defensive way, where he's kind of like, but you just clock him, and instead just hit metal on the other side as it just sends a shockwave through your bones as you take all of that force into your body instead. So, yeah. So now we have, let's see, we have Wilson's up.
Okay, so they look, the 3 other crew members, they look feral at this point.
I mean, they're attacking Ava with reckless abandon, and one of them rushed towards you.
Okay. Synth are aware of all the orders that Wayland Corp can give out, correct?
Wayland Corp has programming that's very specific to what, and depending on what their generation is, they can either be super friendly or super not friendly. Towards not friendly, like aggressive. Like all synths are programmed not to hurt human beings. That's just part of being a synth. Unless an order overrides that.
Okay.
I'm going to say to Ava, Special Order 966, terminate them.
Oh, shit. Okay.
What?
So you hear Ava go, Special Order 966, please give authorization code for verification. You know what your authorization code is. So do you give out? Okay. Confirmed. Thank you. Thank you, Agent Wilson. And then you just hear a snap as you see as Flynn's neck is just broken, and you watch as his body just goes limp. and she drops Flynn down to the ground, and just he plops down there, and then she turns and well, that's yours. Now it goes to no, it goes to Cham. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cham is holding his head. He's on the ground, and he's just kind of not screaming, just oh.
With an awful headache. So do you want to pass your turn and
Yes.
basically deal with the migraine at this point?
Yes. So
Okay.
like he's just dealing with that.
All right, great. Then we move to Eva, who is going to. That's what I have, right? Yeah. So it was Eva and then the creatures, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I should have wrote it all down, but that's fine. Yeah, it was Eva then the creatures. So Eva turns and walks on over to John's, or over to Reed, actually, who's just now getting up from that smash and is now going to attack under special order. Oh yeah, and basically Eva picks up Flynn at this, or I'm sorry, Reed at this point, and then just takes him and starts hitting him over and over again against the side of the bulkhead in a rhythmic, very aggressive pattern. You kind of see as Reed's like body just starts kind of convulsing as it's getting hit over and over again. He's not down by any circumstance, and you can see he's still flailing and still trying to take a stab at Ava whenever it can. But it's he's being shook like a rag doll at this stage. So, okay.
What the fuck, Wilson?
Oh, okay.
I had an opportunity and I took it.
Okay, so one. So you kind of watch as this John's at this point, or not Reed, it's Reed at this point. Yeah, Reed has it. So Reed's kind of taking it, and just starts hitting Ava as hard as he possibly can. And now that it's been held into it, you can kind of see that Ava starting to leak white fluid from her mouth as she's just taking hit after hit after hit. But now it goes back to Miller. So
Johns is still up and kicking, right?
yes.
Okay. Wilson, what the fuck?
They're compromised. I have no choice.
You sure?
Absolutely.
I'll take a look at John's. If need be, I'll spend my turn looking at him.
John's. All right, so John's going to look at you, and he kind of gets his head back, and he basically is attempting to grab a hold of your body to pull itself up and see if he can get you in some kind of a chokehold. That's what he's reaching out for you, attempting to pull you down.
But
to
he
his
looks
level.
rabid.
I mean, he does not look like he is in a position where he wants to communicate with you.
I will try to knock him out again if I can.
Right. So take a bunt, and what's another one? Let's just hit the
Yep.
same situation.
So that would be
All
a
right.
success unless I panic again. I panic again.
Yeah, man. All right, roll it. D6 plus 3.
Save me, Wilson.
What?
8.
All right. Eight. All right, yeah. You this is just you're gonna suffer agility rolls
Oh.
until your panic stops,
Is
which is
it-
basically the rest of this round. -2 to agility rolls.
Yeah, but does it stack with the -2 I already had?
No, this is still just an ongoing. I mean, technically, your panic would stop after this is done, encounter is done. But you're basically starting to tremble at this point as you're considering having to take a human life at this point. And you're not really looking at John's in a way where you want to cave his skull in.
No, I just
you know what I mean.
I wanted to knock him out.
You keep hitting him, and you keep hitting him. But he's not doing it. You can see he keeps getting hit, and then you see a little blood trickle out from his nose. But then he just keeps grabbing you. You hit him again, and he's like, ugh. But he's still just trying to get you with whatever amount of vigor he has left. Oh, and now it goes to Cham, or is it Wilson first? Yeah, it's Wilson first.
Wilson. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got nothing, but I'm gonna try to hit John's. He's not currently preoccupied by the synth, so I need someone to take him out. And he's been wailing on his face a little bit, and nothing's happening. So I'm gonna help out.
You're gonna also punch him. Okay, so then it's just a melee strength, melee combat with strength.
Yes. Let's see, how much stress do I have? Oh, okay.
All right. Well,
missed.
so you do a whole lot of nothing. You kind of half-heartedly kick John's, but not with really any effort at all. So,
can I spend? Can I use the quick action to look around to see if I can grab something next turn?
Yeah, you can use the quick action to grab something, but at this point, you would basically just be grabbing like in a med lab, it would probably be something, or a psi lab, it'd probably be something like a glass beaker, or it probably wouldn't be like an iron bar or anything like that. So
that's why I just want to use observation to see if I can see something that would be.
But yeah, by all means, go use observation. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Nothing.
No.
And
all right. Yeah, you see
nothing.
You see a whole lot of glass, and you see a whole lot of things that you could use in a bar fight, but it would probably cut up your very delicate corporate hands as well too at this stage.
My suit more than anything else. I'm
your well manicured hands.
All right. Now it goes to Cham.
Cham is still just trying to collect themselves.
They are. Breath.
Yeah. Breathing very deep. This nice, wonderful air that's in this ship.
Yes, got it. Okay.
We haven't noticed anything about Cham at all. We've been a little bit distracted by John's and the synth. Correct?
I mean, that's up to you. Cham's communicating what's going on.
I, for my part, am freaking out too much about John's to pay attention to Cham at the moment.
Yeah, so this is on you, Wilson.
Yep, that's on me.
This is where Wilson orders the synth to kill Cham as well.
We all know the company man is the traitor. Like that's how it works.
Excuse me, I didn't betray anyone that I know of because I wasn't playing last game.
Right.
Oh man, I betrayed everybody.
Wilson, what's it gonna be?
Well, I've already attacked and used my quick action.
Okay, you did use your free action to look around. That's true. Okay, so Cham's on there. Now let's see how Ava does against Reed. Whoop. All right, so at this point, you keep seeing that Ava keeps just hitting him as hard as he possibly can, and Ava hasn't stopped their motion at all. They're ruthlessly, brutally banging Johns against the wall, or Reed over the wall over and over and over again. And at some point, you watch as Ava is still continuing to hit Reed against the wall, but Reed's not moving anymore. In fact, it's just kind of being thrown around limply. And once Ava has registered that it's not moving anymore, it pauses and holds Reed in the air for a second and then drops them and turns around and looks towards John and the rest of the team. Captain Miller, Representative Wilson, I would recommend that you stand aside while I execute Order 9666. 966. And it starts to... and it's moving, and Ava is moving straight towards Flynn or Reed at this point. Johns at this point. Jeez, come on, Ivan.
I will move aside.
Right.
Same.
Well, not before the thing takes another swipe at you
Oh no.
Swipey.
and hits you. Gets you for one. So, but Miller, you still got your suit on.
Yeah.
You know. So let's do.
Do I get to roll, or does it like automatically absorb?
No, how it works is that technically whatever armor you have, you roll that many dice, and any sixes negates any damage that may have been done to you.
Okay.
So
I can definitely roll.
yeah, let me just find out how many dice you get to roll is the question. I don't know how much armor the exosuits provide, especially to bludgeoning damage. I would assume of anything that it would give armor to it, bludgeoning damage would be the most, would be for sure. Gear group, these exosuits. I don't know if that would be in the index. EVA specialist, explosions, emergency escape vehicles. I know there's a gear section here. Give me a hot second.
Yep, no problem. Sorry about that.
Suits and armor, 128. Mach 30 compression suit. Armor rating 2, so roll 2d6.
Oh. 2d6. I get a 6.
Hey, look at that. So your suit just absorbs the hit as Reed is just continuing to try to wail on you, but with zero effort. So it's now the top of the turn. Miller, you get to go. Stepping aside.
Yeah, I'm stepping aside. I'm trying to. I'll brush him off using the shotgun if I have to push him down.
Okay.
Is Ava on her way to John's?
Yep, straight, like literally halfway across the room, on its way over to you right now.
On a mission.
I think in the state that I'm in, given everything that's been happening, it'll probably give me more stress or make me panic, but I think I will level the shotgun at John's and fire.
Okay. You're just going to level a shot at John's and fire. Okay, go for it. Fire it. Fire it. Fire your ammo.
What was the bonus again for the shotgun? Was it 3?
I think it's a 3. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 3.
I get 1 success. This is for panic. 2 successes, no panic. And ammo. Don't lose any ammo.
I mean, you just blow John's away. You just basically level it before Ava has a chance to get over there. You level it, you pop, and you just shoot him with another slug as it just watches it just basically turns him into powder across from you, and you just kind of watch this whole part of him is just slothed away. And yeah, bring your stress level up.
All of us?
Because that sucks. Yep. John, I mean, Miller just blew away the other captain of the ship. I'd say that's worth a stress level. So
It's my ship
fair
now.
Consider this a mutiny.
Or a succession, depending on which side of the mutiny you are.
Yeah, mutiny? What mutiny?
All right, so you have just killed every last remainder of the Cronus on this ship.
So,
And
Jam. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I thought we're still like going round to round.
No, we're done from round to round.
I'm gonna turn to Cham because I don't recall seeing him do anything. And you're still clutching your head?
Yeah. Cham's still holding his head,
Just
trying to piece it together.
Just want to recall. Was I my character that is. Was I there the first time a big guy, the guy with the headache happened? Was I there? So I don't know.
No, you were with Mother.
Ah, yes.
Wilson went to Mother, we went to the cryopods, and Wilson happened after.
All right,
So,
I guess.
you heard about it, though, because we told you. You didn't see it, but we did tell you that something came out of his eye, and I think Davis had the service pistol and shot him. Davis or Rye.
No, it was actually Cham who did it. Because if I remember correctly, Cham reacted immediately, shot, like Rye said, shoot it, and Cham did.
Okay.
Like, it just right off the bat. So, like, blew Clayton's head off, or Cooper's head off, if I remember correctly.
Nice.
So yeah, Cham's just at this point writhing in pain, just complaining about his head.
Cham, what's happening?
It fucking hurts.
What is it?
Oh, my fucking head.
Fuck.
Oh God.
Fuck. The
Was there
vaccine.
still a med pod? The vaccine probably did that to them.
No,
It turned them
no.
feral. The med pod is the best thing we can do right now to see if we can get
No.
whatever's inside out.
Agent Wilson, that is confirmed. The vaccine did indeed do that to them, yes.
Thank you, Eva.
Oh, shit.
Air rolls.
Shit.
So what did you say?
Air rolls.
Air rolls.
I keep my air.
Welcome to the club.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wilson, you basically hear, as you're like, "Where's the vaccine? Where's the vaccine?" You hear your own Ava suit go off and say, "Air is expiring. Currently, 1 minute until no oxygen remaining."
Can we find? Oh shit!
Cryopod.
Well, go.
What?
I'm gonna run.
Where are you going?
Cryopod.
The cryopod?
I'm gonna put myself under. Well, I don't know if I can do that, but yeah.
Okay, you're gonna throw yourself into a cryopod.
I'm sure I'm alone in that cryopod. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So the
Open the door. The
cryopod,
creature's there.
Oh, as I run.
the cryopod is on deck
Okay,
one.
I've already asked the order, so that's good. I'm gonna run to a cryopod and slam myself in.
Okay, so you're running to a cryopod, and you're literally it's on the first deck floor. So you're gonna need to you're gonna have to. This is the pathway as much as you can remember. You're gonna need
junction
to like
B2 to cryo.
Yeah, junction B2 to cryopod up to cryo. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. All right. So Wilson, we know what you're doing. Miller, what are you doing?
Cham, you have to stay with me.
Fuck, it hurts, Cap. It hurts. It just hurts. I don't know. It's probably the oxygen and the nitrogen. We didn't turn the fucking scrubbers on.
We need to put you under. You're going in a cryopod. You're not staying that way. Maybe we get to a medical facility. Maybe we can extract whatever it is that's inside of you, if that's what I think it is. But you're not dying on me, Cham.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I will pull a rank to force Cham to go into the cryopods.
Okay.
Yes.
All
And
right.
you're gonna get your ass under ice. That's an order.
All right, make a command roll
Yes.
against I think it's got to be against manipulation. Is that what it is? Command versus manipulation? Yeah, it's command versus manipulation. I believe that's what it is. Talents 29. So you roll command, captain, and then you roll manipulation.
Captain has 1 success.
Captain has 1 success.
No, 3 successes with stress.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
So okay.
Oh,
So
I missed a die just in case I fail. Okay, that's good.
is manipulation a
Talents.
skill?
Yeah, it is a skill. It's empathy. It's an empathy skill, which you probably wouldn't
Okay.
have at this
So
point.
I don't. So I would just roll straight empathy then.
You just roll straight empathy, and I'm trying to see if that's what it is, but I have a feeling it just empathy makes sense anyway.
Right.
Got manipulation.
Okay.
Go
So let
figure.
me roll my empathy. No successes, and then let's roll the stress that I'm under to see if I fail, and I fail.
Yeah,
So-
you fail. So just a roll panic 46 or 1d6
D6
plus 4.
plus 4. Yep.
Yeah.
If you freeze, I'm gonna drag your ass
I froze.
to the.
100% froze.
Yep.
So, I mean, Cham's in so much pain at this point. Miller, you're going to have to literally drag him. Wilson's running for his own life.
If only
Honestly.
Wilson had not run and told the
If
android.
only. You have Eva. You can ask her for help.
Ava, help me move Cham to the cryopods.
Absolutely, Captain Miller. And you watch as Ava grabs and thwops Cham over his shoulder,
Oh, you're
over
right.
her shoulder like a sack of rice, and just starts going at a brisk jog to make it up to Junction B2, following the path of where Wilson is. All right. So, Wilson, you make it up to the elevator. You're at the junction. You get up to the junction and you make it up into the examination room. You run into the cryos. And here's the thing. And here's where it gets interesting. You know you're going to have to take the EVA suit off to go and get into the cryopods, right?
Well, just don't breathe.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take.
And then strip and then hop in a cryopod. Okay, I wanna see an agility roll on that. I want to see what the hell's going on.
Straight up agility.
Straight up agility. I don't know anything else that could even serve as that.
All right.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Could I argue that it's mobility?
Yeah, mobility's fine. You can make a mobility roll.
Well, I tried to help.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I still have my stress. Maybe my stress is making me power through it like a madman.
All right. So you basically look and you can hear as the counter is going. You hear 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and you just take a deep breath and you just go through as much routine as you can of stripping this thing off. You take the helmet, and that is the first thing that plops off. You throw it to the side as you start trying to climb out of the suit. Every second is agonizing as you can feel moist air kind of press up against your body as you're now exposed to this. And the cryopod, one of the cryopods is just waiting, and you're just right there next to it. Every agonizing second of pull this thing off is awful, and your lungs start to burn from just holding in that oxygen, and you can just feel every molecule putting into it, and your body is just falling apart as you're going into it. And that's when you see it. That's when you see it right through the main door of the cryo, through the hallway, and into the T section right onto deck A. And you just without even realizing it, you just take a momentary just clip of air as you just attempt to throw yourself into the cryopod. Or I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do at this point. You now see the creature, and that's where it is. It's tall, it's pink, it has elongated arms and legs, and its giant cylindrical head is just staring at you.
The cryo room itself, there's a door that can be closed.
Yep.
That's what I'm going for.
Miller, Ava and you and Cham start just rolling your way up. You just are doing everything you can to get up as high as you possibly can to get up into that same cryo bay area. Oops, that's not right.
That's a very strange die.
Yeah. And Cham, as you're just continuing to just groan, you can feel like this pulsing migraine continue to just deliver into your head as you roll up into the junctions, and you can see as you go up there, you can see Wilson just standing almost naked, just staring through the corridor at the moment, as he is at least 2 zones away from you in the other junction, staring even farther down the hall.
I mean, Cham's just can't get
Yeah,
past
we know
his
what's
headache.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what's up. And here's the deal, Cham. Every turn, I'm rolling an additional D6, and all it's going to take is 1 success. All right? So we'll see what happens. But, Miller.
Are we in the cryo room at this point?
No, you're in Junction A2 at this stage. And you have to
Junction
go
A2?
through you have to go through the examination room and then into Cryo 3.
But I do see the creature at the ferry.
No.
No, okay, I don't.
No.
So
You just see Wilson standing just naked and stunned.
I don't have time for this. I'm pushing Ava through.
Oh, Ava hasn't stopped. At this
Okay,
point,
good.
you're all moving together.
Okay,
Ava
we're all
is
moving.
going.
Together. Wilson,
Yeah,
what the
and
hell?
And at this point, as you turn around, Wilson, you're running for the door and going to slam it.
Yep, I'm gonna. If there's a button to close the door, that's what I'm going for.
Mobility. Make a mobility roll.
I'm good at that. Huh. Let's see if Stress has anything to say about that. Stress tells me to do something else.
Okay. 1d6 plus 3.
7.
7 is, I think, just a nervous tick at this point. So you run over as much as you can, and you just get over to that stage, and you hit the button, and your stress level and the stress level of everyone in short range. So that's not anyone who's in the realm with you. So it's just you. This moment, your stress level goes up 1.
Okay.
But you kind of look at this thing and just continuing to holding your breath. You slam the door and you hit the button as it goes, psss, and this thing is going to make a leap
Bye-bye, Wilson.
for the door.
We
And
hardly
let's see
knew
if it
you.
gets through.
No, you only knew me for 6 months.
Hardly
By
knew it.
by all of us.
I mean, you slam the door and it's shutting. Okay, yeah. I think I know what it is. I like this idea.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot. Okay. So Wilson, as you hit the door, you hear the loud shriek of the creature in the next room as it leaps for the door, and you kind of hear but in the same time you watch as a long, bony, spike-like tail cylindrically leaps into the bottom of the door as it shuts, and it grabs, it kind of like punctures into your leg and goes through your thigh and pulls you down and attempts to drag you through the door. And that is the moment in which the door slams upon your chest as you feel it clamming onto you and crushing onto your door, as you can hear the creature hissing and roaring on the other side as it's just attempting to pull you through. But all you have at this point is the metal door that is laid down upon you at this stage. So, and you begin to scream.
My stress goes up by 1.
Miller, this you see all of this going down, as you are looking in front of you, and you just can't even. It's so hard to even just comprehend at this point as the door just slammed down upon Wilson in such a way, and now you're looking at a door that is currently jammed, and you can hear as a klaxon, just a small klaxon, like or more like an alarm, just a eh, 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 is just right there, laying with you, as it's thing just shut, but it won't do it, and you can still hear the screaming of the creature on the other side. So, what do you want to do?
How
Can I simply do one thing real quick?
Yes, please.
As the door is on me, I'm holding onto the door. I look at Miller and I simply say, "Shoot me." I don't want that thing to kill me. It's gonna hurt. One bullet to the face and I'm gone.
I out of game, I thought about it. I really did. But I wasn't sure if you wanted to or not. So if you look and you plead to Miller,
Yes.
What's another stress die at this point?
I would do it. I think Miller is becoming dead inside with all that's been happening.
Okay, all right. So, at this point, it's close range. I just did another 3 damage to you with this creature, by the way. Wilson. So this is one of the reasons why dramatically you're going out the way that you're doing. But Miller or Wilson, how do you want to describe your grisly demise?
I think before he can even level the shotgun, the door, because it's currently stuck closed, it's gonna do the next thing and understands it's gonna open up because something is blocking the way.
Right.
And as it opens up, gives maybe it crushed into my ribs and kind of blocked me in place. Now that it freed up, the creature is simply going to pull me inside the darkness.
Yeah, it just pulls you inside the darkness before he even has a chance to shoot you.
Yes.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
You hear as just Wilson screams as he is pulled through into the darkened sector as the alarm stops now that it's no longer jammed, and you just hear and see the blood trail as it just disappears into the darkness and away. All right. Ava turns to Miller and goes, "Should I go after him?"
Yes.
You watch as Ava just dumps Cham right in front of you and just begins going at a jog, running straight into the hallway and into the darkness themselves.
I am going to pick up Cham, shove him into the cryopod that Wilson opened, and shut the door and turn it on.
Okay. Cham, as you just look at Miller as you continue to just grind your head at this point, Miller has typed in whatever it can and has hit the button and watched as the cryo bay just you can feel the cold air of the cryo tube begin to put you into stasis as the pod just finds its just final descent and just puts you straight under. Cham, I mean, you're in cryostasis for all intents and purposes for the rest of this session. So
Awesome.
if I had another character to give you right now, I'd hand you, but I have a feeling we're at near the end of our story. So,
I feel the same.
Miller, it's just you right now. It's just you.
I am running for the bridge.
Okay. So you run for the bridge with all of your effort and all of your might. And you see at this stage, you can hear more than anything the sound of of Wilson screaming and the sounds of whatever the creature is also screaming as some kind of altercation is happening just outside of your periphery. You're not stopping to look, you're not stopping to see what it is. You're just booking yourself through this junction, or through here and through the stairwell and going straight down to the junction and popping yourself down into the bridge. You get down there, you roll yourself down, you run in, and you get towards the command station of the bridge. What do you want to do?
I want to pick up Davis's flamethrower.
You grab Davis's flamethrower, which has been discarded and left there at this moment. And as you grab it and you're checking to see fuel levels, you see as a console, it's the connection to Mother, kind of pops up on the sensor station. You just, and you see Mother typing in the command, Order 966 established and connecting, rerouting pathway to Earth. And you see and you feel just as much as the Cronus begin to shift and adjust trajectory as it begins to turn around and find a new pathway straight towards its new destination.
Great. I really don't have time for this. Following... I'm gonna strap the shotgun to my back. And I'm going to follow the sounds and try to figure out where the creature is.
Okay. Right. You technically still have a little bit of motion tracker. Do you want to try another motion tracker roll and do a battery roll?
Yes!
So you, Miller, at this stage 3, you basically have this flamethrower over your shoulder. As you pull out the motion tracker, your lips are dry. You can feel like your tongue is like sandpaper as you're continuing to just breathe your oxygenated air. Oh, another air roll. Another air roll.
Oh!
As you're continuing to breathe, somehow you've been managing to keep all of your air under control at this point as you hold into it, and you can see the boop, boop, boop. As you look that up in Deck A, in an area where the not too far off from where the stairwell was, there seems to be motion, but it's moving and it's controlled. You can see three basic pings, as if you went up through the junction and then went immediately south. So basically, if you went up to the junction here, you see 3 pings, bing, 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 on the motion tracker right there.
I rush to that location.
All right, so you run. You take it. You have your flamethrower with its pilot light on. You run up towards the junction and make yourself up. You come up to the top end, and you can see as the pings are continuing to change. Bing, bing, bing. As you look down the hallway, the corridor right off here to the end, you can see. You can see Eva, who is grappling and fighting with this thing with all of its efforts, and you can see that like white organic fluid is just continuing to drip out of them everywhere, but Eva is just pommeling this thing with her fists with every conceivable effort she has. And you can see Wilson, dead or alive, is limp, just dangling from one of the neomorphs' other hands as it's just holding on to it at this moment, barely. And we're talking about you come across, you're up here at this junction. You can see them all here kind of fighting towards this direction back into the main hallway.
I will run the other way around to try to get into the back of the creature. Because I figure if I stand in back of Ava and I fire with the flamethrower, I am going to hit Ava.
So you're going this way and try to get over here?
Yeah, I basically try to flank them.
You try to flank them. Okay, make an air roll.
I'm good.
So you run all the way into this major hallway when you suddenly see as the creature is slammed. I need more music. This is too much not to have it.
Yeah,
As
I
you
know.
watch you just watch as the neomorph is just slammed up against the wall over here, just and it's just thrown against the wall as Ava makes a huge force to kind of run into it, and it just slams its body against the wall, and Ava is just continuing to move forward. Wilson has been discarded at this point and has fallen onto the floor, and the Ava is basically just walking over and attempting to grab the neomorph, but you just kind of watch as the tail just and let's see. Oof.
Well, so much for trying to save Ava.
Well, my music's not playing. Hold on. Music.
There's a button to make it play on repeat too if you want to have it loop.
Oh yeah. Let's try to just get to this one and see if we can do it on a loop. There we go. Loop. You just kind of watch as Ava is just thrown up. Ava throws the neomorph up against the wall. Its body slams into the back. It just continues to scream into her face. And as Ava comes up with at this point what seems to be a long kind of almost a broken pipe at this stage, has been sharpened at the end just from yanking it off the wall. It attempts to impale it, but right as this thing is coming and recovering from its stage, it takes its long blade-like tail and wraps around Ava's leg and trips her as she flunks down onto the ground, and the neomorph just pops itself back up and jumps on top of it and takes its tail and just starts jamming it like a spear into a prone body as it just hits it into Ava's chest over and over and over and over again, and like a scorpion's tail, it just continues to drive its tail into her constantly. Ava does not scream. Ava makes no sounds, but you can kind of watch as her body begins to convulse. This white fluid is being flung everywhere.
I'll turn on the flamethrower. I'll approach a creature. And
You're gonna shoot it?
I am going to just shoot at it.
Ranged attack plus agility.
Is my agility from earlier, the penalty that I had, is it still active?
Oh. Nerves. Oh man. No, let's keep it. Let's keep you clean.
Okay. What's the bonus from the flamethrower?
Hold on. Oh man, where are you? I gotta go to the gear section
Uh-oh.
because it's not in the guide.
At least I know I have
Where
4
are
dice
you?
to begin with.
Well, here's the deal. It's three successes, and this thing, like many xenomorphs, are not good with fire. So I don't even really need to know how much damage you're doing because I know how many successes you've got. And even if it's 1 each, that's going to be enough. So you level this flamethrower, and you watch as a gout of flame just comes out, and you see as Ava is being tackled, this flame just rolls over the neomorph, and you just hear it yell and scream as its body catches on fire, just like a tinderbox. It just continues to curse through, and you just see as it just screams as it lifts itself back up and starts stumbling against every single wall, making its just shrieks along the way. And you see at some point the fire extinguisher, the fire systems of the buildings just start kicking on as you kind of see this creature's rolling onto the ground, attempting to put itself out. And it's suffering, and it's just screaming the entire time, this unearthly scream, not of a hunter, but of something that is just being cooked alive.
Do I have to roll anything more to kill it with it?
Wow. Do you want to make sure that it's finished off because the fire systems have been suppressed?
I will. It's burning, so I think I'll put the flamethrower down, get the shotgun, and just start unloading into the creature.
Go for it. One more. I'm not going to tell you the stats, but
that would be 2 successes.
All right. So narrate it for me. Miller, narrate it for me. Tell me how it goes down.
I take the shotgun, fire once into it as it scrambles to get back up, still covered in flames. The blow is not enough to cause any damage, but it does send it back reeling for 1 step. And I keep just pumping and shooting as it reels back step by step until its back is up against the elevator that got blown out from the explosion of the Montanero earlier. And I will punch open the door to the elevator, spacing the creature. And turning back, closing it after.
And
Can I do that?
You literally want to evacuate it into deep space.
Yes, I want to fucking space.
All right, make a mobility roll. Make a mobility roll. It's kind of like we're inspired by a certain
movie. I mean, come on.
I forgot that was the elevator that got blown out.
I've been eyeing it since you talked about the cryo lab earlier, the cryopods. And I was like, ooh, I want to space someone. I have my stress. Please, stress, save me.
Did you just say you want to do space someone?
Space someone, yeah. He just wanted to space someone.
I did a fail.
Panic.
I think I know how I'm going to end. 8.
8, which is nervous twitch. What is it? No, I know how this goes down. I know exactly how this goes down. And I can't wait for it. It's a tremble. Yeah, so your hands are just going through as you go into it. But as you watch, as you hit this airlock and you feel as the wind of just atmosphere that's been building up at this point just rushes right by you. You feel and hear the screams of the creature just as it flows out into deep space. And your boots are swept up from underneath you, and you attempt to grab everything you can as you're holding onto the bottom grating with your big fat exosuit fingers at this point, as you're attempting to hold on to anything you can, and you grab a hold of just a little bit of something. Maybe it's the edge of the grating, or maybe it's a control panel, or it's something, but you're holding on to it and you're looking behind you and you can see the emptiness of space, and your air meter is continuing to drop minute by minute as it just is, and it just is looking down. But I mean, you have, if you were evacuated out into middle space, you'd have hardly any time left out there. No way to get back into it, that's for sure. And you look behind you, and you basically are feeling as your muscles are starting to just ache and grind as you're attempting to move your hands up one by one, and you release as your body starts to fly back as it's spiraling towards the door. And just as you're about to fly out, you see as the door just shoom, slide shut in front of you as your body slams into the back of the bay door. Take a damage.
I'm still alive.
As your body slams into the back of the door, and you look up into the hallway and see Eva sitting there with dragging half of her body through a severed spinal column at this stage, as white fluid and internal synthetic organs are bleeding out everywhere, as Ava has pulled himself up and has hit the emergency close button about 10 or 15 feet in front of you.
Thank you, Ava.
You're welcome.
I need to get you patched up.
Might I recommend that we first find you some kind of additional air or an additional cryosuit.
Yes.
My sensors tell me that your air is at a critical level.
Yes. Please.
So we kind of fast forward through the last few moments of the USCC Cronus as you continue to walk down into the last area where any kind of available EVA suits are around. And they're basically in the back by the cryolabs where the shower and wardrobes are. So you're not far from it. You have to walk through the cryolabs into the examination room. And there is 3 exosuits available. These are a much older model, 75 years older, exactly. But they do have air. The issue is that they're not a compatible model. You can't just like take air off the back and plug it into your own suit.
Yeah. I'd have to change completely.
You'd have to change completely. Ava is waiting for you inside of the hallway where it all happened and says, Captain Miller, I am not sensing any more hostile life forms currently upon the Cronus. Might I recommend that you go into cryostasis while I attempt to self-repair?
That would be a good idea. We can't. There's.
Rest now, Mr. Captain Miller.
We can't risk bringing any of this back to Earth.
Ava turns and goes, Sir, it is my directive in order to ensure that any sensitive company materials are delivered back to company property.
Miller will think for a long while.
Make an air roll.
Whoops, that would be a 1. Never mind the +5.
Yeah. All right. So you think while the time slowly drips away and you can see the minutes just drop as you have 3 minutes of introspective reflection before you start getting to the end of it.
I still have Wilson's card with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to Mother.
All right.
And I don't think half of an Ava can stop me.
No, Ava's going to ask you as you walk by her and will say, Captain Miller, what are you doing?
What should have been done with the ship in the first place?
And you walk over and what are you doing?
I'll turn on the ship's self-destruct sequence.
Are you doing that in through Mother or are you doing it the manual way?
As a captain, I would know the manual way, and I would probably know that Mother can't override it. Probably.
Yeah, here. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So you begin the manual self-destruct sequence. And you begin to type it in or begin to move into it, and you basically do the manual system structure as you begin to pull it out, and you see as the fuel rods are now exposed, and you pull it out, and you hear the overriding klaxon and alarm as Mother begins to count down. Manual self-destruct sequence initiated. T-minus 10 minutes until fission failure. Engine failure. Fires detected on decks B, C, D. And she begins reciting off all of these issues that are coming as a result of the manual destruction. And the countdown timer begins as you sit inside of Mother. And I don't know, what do you think about?
I don't have enough air to get to the escape pods. Do I?
Nope.
No. I'll take my helmet off.
Yeah, because you used all the last of your air to get to Mother.
I'll say, Mother, record this last captain's log.
You got to type it in. Remember, this is retro sci-fi. You got to type it all in.
I type it in. The last few words. My last words in this universe. I type in the star date. Captain Miller, formerly of the USCSS Montanero. All I have to say is, fuck Wayland Yutani.
Do you send it anywhere?
Yes, to the company if I can.
Of course. You hit send, and it goes into an inbox to some agent somewhere who looks at it, informs their superior, and deletes it. Deletes any record of the Cronus in the Montero that has ever existed. And as far as the company is concerned, the Montanero was lost out in space, not unlike the Cronus did 75 years ago. And that is the end of our story. So, with you blowing up the Cronus, with poor Cham sitting inside of his cryo bay.
We were all compromised. Simon. Well, you died a painless death.
It's very true. This is very true.
I died a very painful death.
Wilson died the horrible death, so.
But Wilson was the company, man. He deserved it.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I'm sorry, but giving the order to the android, I was like, well, yeah, that's only logical.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you executed the order. I know I typed it out to you, but I'm impressed that you like executed the order as well too. So, yeah. That is perfect.
I had no choice. They were feral. I'm like, all right, that's it. Kill them all. Done. And I surprised everybody, and that was the best part.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, good game, everybody. This is one of those. This is one of those beautiful situations where we got a full story out of it, and everybody died.
Yes, indeed. Those are some of my favorites. Is it your first?
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I've never been in a game where
I think honestly,
died.
Miller, you were one turn away from maybe hopping into that escape pod, but God knows. I don't know. I think this was fine just the way it was.
Yeah, I would have.
So,
the thing is, after everything that happened, Miller would not want to have the spores or Cham reach Earth.
That's what it is. And it literally says in Act 3, there are 5 endings, right? And one of them is just going home, which is just, hey, engines are back online. Mother sets a course for Earth. So you get to decide what it was. For a bit, I thought you were honest to God going to write it out there, that you were going to
I thought so too. I mean, it would have been very Alien 1 to just go back in cryo and or get to an escape pod.
Yeah, it's perfect. So it's perfect.
But this game really captures the vibe of the movies.
Yes.
I was going to ask, what do you think? What do you think of the game?
I love it.
It's fun. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I think
everyone out there, if you get a chance to play it.
Even though it was a pre-made character, I enjoyed every bit of it.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see like the character creation side of it.
It's cool. They have a lot of the character creation is based around you kind of pick what type of story you want to do, because the whole game allows you to play like the 3 movies in essence. Like you can do Space Truckers, which is what we did, but there's also a Colonial Marines adventure as well too, where you're all Colonial Marines and it's much more the action adventure kind of thing that you would expect. And then they have one that, all for all intents and purposes, does feel like the psychological corporate corporate experimentation Alien 3 saga as well too. And all the aliens and creatures that are in here are from the prequels as well too. So like the neomorphs, the creatures that were featured in this one were the bloodbursters.
Oh, nice.
And that's why you got the elements in the blood. Yeah. And those are from Prometheus and Covenant, you know what I mean? So
do you have a because I didn't watch Prometheus or Covenant actually. Do you have artwork of the
Yeah, so they oh shoot, let me see if I can drag it in here real quick into Roll20. Let's see if it'll let me. Yeah, I can try to grab it real quick. Let me see. I just have to kind of use Adobe to export it real fast, and then throw it into. I need the pages. I have the
while this is happening, let's just go around the table, do the outros. I'll start with Alex again.
Hello, everybody. You can find me on Twitter at @the_Gambit, where I do my best to shitpost about TTRPG and other stuff. You can find me next Tuesday with Simon with D&D in space, and the weekend after that for the Curse of Strahd. And by God, I enjoyed this game more than I thought I would.
I'm glad to hear that.
I wasn't going there like with low expectations. I was just I don't know what's gonna happen. I have no idea what the game is gonna be about, and then mind blown.
Cool. Scott.
Literally.
Oh.
A bloodburster.
Yeah.
So I'm Scott. I'm at Berserker_Rage on Twitch and Twitter. You can find me in those places. You can also find me here on Saturdays, where we do our best to cause all sorts of mayhem in New York as vampires, as the vamp dads and their wonderful children do their thing that they do. So feel free to tune in here and check that out. We'll be back next Saturday, I believe is correct.
Yes.
So definitely pop in and check it out.
And Ivan.
Yes.
Who are you? Where can we find you on the internet? And did you enjoy the
My name is Ivan Van Norman. Oh yeah, it was so much fun. I love this game, and for me, it's like this. They're not often in my repertoire, but I feel like it's important to be able to stretch all of those muscles as much as I possibly can. So I had a blast, and then oh, here we go. There's a bloodburster, and you can find me on all the internets and the interwebs. I'm at Hydra_Lord, and that's on Facebook, Instagram, all the bits.
This is very disgusting.
Yeah, it's perfect, right?
Yeah.
So I'm but yeah, I have a bunch of games going on right now. Like as far as publishing, I own a book publishing company that makes RPGs in addition to just I enjoy running them. There's a couple shows in development right now that sadly I can't talk about, but we are going to be doing an Altered Carbon RPG. Like Hunters Entertainment, my book publishing company, is going to be releasing Altered Carbon, the role-playing game. It's going to be funding on Kickstarter as of February 3rd. So that's been announced. If you're a big fan of neo-noir sci-fi and you want to check out Altered Carbon, that will be going up on Kickstarter in early February. But then, we're also going to be working on Gods of Metal Ragnarok, which is an epic heavy metal fantasy RPG, as well as we're in development right now for Werewolf 5th Edition. So that's all stuff that's going down. At least the stuff that I feel comfortable talking about. Who knows? Give me a couple months.
That NDA life.
That's that sweet NDA life. But I had a blast, yo. Thank you for inviting me out.
Well, thank you for coming. It was an amazing 2 weeks to have you here. And if ever you want to run more games on this channel, you are always welcome to come.
I'll let you know, especially when we are getting into that sweet wanting to show Altered Carbon to everybody at the moment. And Simon, I'm perfectly happy after this stream is done. I'll send you an early look at the game as well too, if you want to take a peek at it. So
I would love to. That said, I am Simon at Wandering DM. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to all of you who hung out in chat. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the donations. Thank you to all of you watching the VOD on YouTube. Always greatly appreciated to know that we have fans on the other platform. I also want to thank our sponsors, starting with Mage and Press, makers of 5th edition D&D supplements. If you're interested in D&D in space that we play here every Tuesday evening, that do not include yet an alien. I think I've stayed away from that trope for the last 4 seasons, but maybe the Mind Flayers do count as alien creatures.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe having a Mind Flayer aboard the ship once. We'll see what happens. That said, thank you as well to Found Familiar, the coffee company. I just had 28 ounces of their coffee during the stream. I am highly caffeinated right now. But if you want to check them out, check out Mage and Press. You can use code WanderingDM to get 10% for Found Familiar, 15% off for Mage and Press. And you can also check in the panel down below for Dice Envy if you're interested in getting some cool dice. We will be back here on Monday. You can actually find me over on the official Onyx Path channel on Twitch, twitch.tv/theonyxpath, as we kick off our Seattle by Night adventure. It's DM by Kikavio, and I'm actually playing for once, so look it up.
Hey,
we'll talk about
yay.
it. Yay!
I know.
Yeah. Yay. And otherwise on Tuesday for Dark Matter, and we will be back, like Scott said, next Saturday for our regularly scheduled Vampire the Masquerade game. On that note, thank you everyone for coming. Have a good evening, and we will see you again soon. Bye-bye.